Welcome back, everyone, for another day of tanks. I'm so glad you can be here to join us for the WGL APAC-ASIA Gold Series Season 2. My name is Susie Kim. This is Wolf Schroeder, and that is his beard.
That's my beard. I'm here. It's back. We're back here on Thursday now for our second match of the week. We've got Super Noobs doubleheader today,
yes.
So some high-level games coming at you guys, and it should be a lot of fun.
It should be a lot of fun, especially Super Noobs going ahead and playing against the two Japanese teams back-to-back. So we'll talk about that in just a second, but let's go into the overview of the tournament. Alrighty, guys, this is day number 12. We started on November 26th, and we are going to keep on rolling until February 4th. Tournament structure, as you guys probably already know, it's a best of 9, 4 maps, 2 games, attack, defense on each map, and tiebreaker is always going to be on a separate map. That's going to be the 9th game.
That's right. We've got tier 10 tanks now up to 68 points. You've got the battle times have moved up to 10. We've got a few new maps in our map pool, Prokhorovka, Ruinberg, as well as Cliff. A few maps removed as well. 3 points for a win, 2 points winning in a tiebreaker, and just 1 point for losing that tiebreaker. If you lose straight up, though, you don't get anything.
Yep, you go home with 0 points, and that is always very sad.
Yeah,
aim for that 1 point at least, right?
Always, once you get to that point, you always got to go for the 1 point for sure. And you also rob the other team of a point if you do that, which is important in the standings, especially when you're playing against a team that's so close to you in the standings. Speaking of which, we will have Karen Tiger today versus Super Noobs, and those teams are very close.
Yes, they are. All right, let's go ahead and talk about these teams then before we get into today's matchups. EL Gaming, again, this is like a powerhouse team, right? But currently, they are not number 1. And so we're going to have to see how they go ahead in the second half of the double round robin, see if they can reclaim that throne. Horsemen, Super Noobs, Immortals, Horsemen and Super Noobs, 2 teams are looking very, very strong. Same with Karen Tigers and B Gaming. And then we have the PvP Super Friends and Team Efficiency still holding on, still fighting that good fight. But these are the 8 teams right now in our league.
Yeah, a lot of great teams. We're seeing a lot of shakeups from what we saw last season. We've got 2 new teams in the mix. The Super Noobs already rocketing their way to the top. The Super Friends, still in it, having a little bit more trouble, but B Gaming showing great games their last few matches, even rivaling Karen Tigers, coming up close to passing them. Yeah. So pretty close rankings that we've got currently in our current format.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see because I think especially with Karen Tiger and B Gaming, look at them, number 4 and 5. These are the 2 teams from Japan, and in an interview, B Gaming was like, we just want to beat Karen Tiger, and right now, that's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, now taking a look at Super Noobs, they're all the way up at the top, 2 points ahead of EL. With 2 wins today, they would get 6 points. So what's really important for B Gaming and Karen Tigers is if either team wins and the other one doesn't, they'll pass the other team. So like if B Gaming wins, they'll stay in first. If Karen Tigers wins and B Gaming loses, they'll actually pass them. So this is a really important day for both teams. And then Horsemen will be playing later on tonight, so their win could solidify their position as well if they defeat the Super Friends.
Absolutely. Horsemen and B Gaming also, look at them, they're 1 point away from one another. So I just feel like those, especially the teams in the middle, like this is what you're fighting for. The 1 extra point that will push you up higher, and if you're in the top 4, you make playoffs for the season finals, and that's definitely something that these teams are completely aiming for.
And this is actually, a much closer ranking than what we had last season. Last season it was much more divided. We had a bunch of top teams and a bunch of lower teams, but this is really, really close.
I am really excited. So let's go straight into today's matchups then. Like we've been saying, Karen Tiger versus Super Noobs. This is Super Noobs' chance to hold on to number 1, or is it Karen Tiger's chance to surpass B Gaming? But then we have Super Noobs versus B Gaming, match number 2, and everything can just like be. I don't know. I feel like I have a bowl of stuff, and I just want to throw it up.
Sure.
And it's like
flip
spilling
the
everywhere.
table,
I do want to flip the table.
So if B Gaming wins, then they will solidify their position. If Karen Tiger wins and B Gaming loses, Karen Tiger will pass them. Now, Horsemen will not pass anybody with a win today, but they will solidify their position in 3rd place. The Super Friends would actually move up a spot, though, if they take their win, passing the Immortals. So
actually, I think if Horsemen win and Karen Tiger loses, oh no, I'm sorry, oh no, never mind.
It's all right.
I was getting all excited with number 3, 4, and 5, but man, it must be really tough to just be right in the middle, 1 point away from each other, and really calculating those small points. And like we said, even a 1-point victory or stealing that 1 point away from your opponent is huge at this point.
It's really huge. Well, let's take a look at the team rosters for today, starting with Karen Tigers. Now, Karen Tigers have had some problems through the beginning. They look strong. Through the middle parts, though, of this season, they have had some trouble. They've lost a few games maybe they shouldn't have.
Yeah, I have to agree. I mean, when they played against B Gaming last week, we were pretty sure it was going to be Karen Tiger taking that, but nope, B Gaming right now looking to be the stronger team. Karen Tiger just trailing a little bit, and it could be because they are missing some of their key players that they had from last season. Obelisk being one of them, he definitely hasn't shown at all this season, and Polly, Akiv, Dekomori, like these are the same guys who've been playing together.
Sure,
but
and Shinoza had like a really off day on Monday as well. Like he definitely made a few mistakes, and I feel like the team does not gel the same way it did last season.
I feel exactly the same way about them. Super Noobs, on the other hand, man, these guys have just been powerhousing through all these teams. I do know they had kind of a hard time with the Immortals the other week, but I just think it was an off week, or off game rather.
Sure.
It was late. I forgive them for that.
Now, the Super Noobs roster, some of their most important players you'll see are Ironhide, Sumbo, and NT Lock. I'd say those are my top three. Tang as well, a really, really solid player who's done really awesome for his team. Ricky has played quite well, and Fury, who only started recently appearing, has also played very well. Super Noobs are currently in first place ahead of EL Gaming and are the big favorites to win both their matches today in their doubleheader. But we'll see what happens with these Japanese teams.
We really do need to see what happens with the Japanese teams. I mean, we both know that when these Japanese teams decide to work on a particular strategy and really put their minds to it, they're an incredibly accurate team as well. And the synergy, again, Karen Tiger have been together for a very long time, as have B Gaming. And so we're going to have to see what kind of game they decide to bring this time around. The maps for the first set up on the screen now: Himmelsdorf, Ruinberg, Mines, Ghost Town, and then our tiebreaker will be Cliff.
So a pretty standard set of maps. The one that sneaks in is Ruinberg in this case. That will join Himmelsdorf, Mines, and Ghost Town. But we'll see how those teams play on this map. This map has gained a lot of popularity. It almost seems crazy for me to say that it's kind of sneaked its way in because it has so many times in the past like 2 weeks or so. But Cliff, the traditional tiebreaker map.
Yeah, I was going to say Cliff has made its way back to the tiebreaker map slot, but it's okay. We understand. Himmelsdorf, again, tried and true. Everybody loves Himmelsdorf. But I think it is just because you can use so many different strategies. There are just so many different things you can do on this map.
It's very standard. It's very balanced. It's very slow-paced, so you can really get an idea of how your opponents are playing that day if you play on it first. So I feel like a lot of these teams feel really comfortable to just throw that map out as the first map, and no one really bans it. No one really contests it. So
yeah, it's just like a tried and true kind of thing, right? You just go with it. It's nice. You're comfortable. So yeah, we're gonna have to take a look. I think so Karen Tiger versus Super Noobs. If we see the same Karen Tiger that we did last week versus the Super Noobs, but see the day that the Super Noobs played, remember where they just completely beat. Who was it? Was it Horsemen that day? And then they lost to Immortals.
Yeah, that's right. So it was a bit of a strange day.
Oh, they went to tiebreaker with Immortals.
Yeah, it was a strange day, but the Immortals really played well that day. Sometimes these things happen. I feel like the Super Noobs were experimenting a little bit that day as well, but we can never say these things for sure. You know, a win is a win, or a performance is a performance. Like,
that's true.
The Immortals did play quite well, so I feel like the Super Noobs are not invincible, but you can't deny their first place spot. They also did get lucky with getting three free points from EL Gaming, which is the hardest 3 points to get. So their score is somewhat inflated, and it will be very much so if they win both games today because they're so far ahead.
All right, well, let's see how they do. Let's get into game number 1. Welcome to the first game of the evening, ladies and gentlemen. Karen Tiger versus Super Noobs. We have Karen Tiger on the attack first.
Now, with this list of tanks for Karen Tiger, they are bringing 4 E100s. Now, this is usually the composition that's designed to push into the A6 capture. Now, they're bringing 2 Batshats as well. And we talked about this on Monday. I said I thought this might be the new meta. You bring 2 autoloaders. Everyone's starting to really do it.
There's 3 autoloaders on this team, man.
Yeah, well, with the 1390 as well, but like two tier 10 autoloaders every time.
All right, and then on the Super Noob side, we've got a bunch of different tanks, actually, an E100, an IS-4, we've got the 215B, an E5, literally one of each, a 50B, a Waffen, and a lightweight.
This is what Super Noobs likes to do. They like to bring a really varied tank lineup. You can't really counter their composition because it's just got, like you said, one of every type of tank. I feel like their lineup is somewhat weak in that it doesn't have a solid backbone to it. You only have one IS-4 and one E100, but you don't have multiple of either. You've got an E5 in there, which is a bit strange for this map. We almost never see that.
Yeah. So right now we could see that Tepco on the lightweight, he's going to go, he's on the 1390. He's up on the castle side trying to get some good vision, while all the E100s just going to come down this road, see what they could find. Ironhide is all by himself, however, in that IS-4.
Now, both the autoloader tank destroyer and the 5100 are very nearby. So this could be a suicide push for Karen Tiger because they're walking into basically a trap here. Ironhide has done a ton of damage already, and the rest of the team is collapsing on this location, but it's taking them a while.
It is taking them a while, but you're right. Karen Tiger all together. All three E100s, and no matter how tanky they are, I'm not sure how they're going to fare against having a tank destroyer in their face.
No.
Okay, wow, maybe that tank destroyer is not in their face, and it's obviously shooting at Shinoza. The Batshot is trying to do some damage and take him out as from the other side.
Now, Shinoza is basically trying to draw that fire away as Ironhide finally gets eliminated here, so this will give Karen Tigers a tank advantage with this kill. It's going to take them a little bit longer to actually finish him off. Meanwhile, Ricky's coming in.
Kiwami's like, nope, I am going to kill you.
And Shinoza dies. Meanwhile, actually, it looks like he was going to win that fight, but in fact, he died. And things are starting to fall apart for the Karen Tigers a little bit here. And, you know, Ironhide is one of the best heavy tank players in this league, if not the best. He's known for that. And he really held his own alone versus 4 tanks. And bought enough time for the rest of the supporting members of Super Noobs to come in here. And Karen Tigers is kind of in trouble here.
Kiwami is holding his ground pretty well right now, though. There's a lot of shells being missed on him. Ironhide finally goes down on that IS-4.
He did his job well, though. Now, Modame still has, you know, the potential to do a lot of damage here. It's important for him to stay alive.
And he is fully reloaded. He's going to be able to come around and maybe join up with Akiv. That might be the best option for him because he needs that kind of cover fire.
He needs to kill NT-Lock. That's his primary target right now. NT-Lock going to be able to do a lot of damage in just a second when he's reloaded.
Oh, gosh, yeah. Tang is down now as well. That E5 really didn't do much.
This is actually a really close game. Akiv can't do much because he fires so slowly. It's going to be a battle of the autoloaders here, and it looks like NT-Lock should win. And that, I think, will secure them their win.
Akiv is the last one left, though, for Karen Tiger.
He missed his shot, unfortunately, which gives a lot more time for NT-Lock to reload. Sunbo comes over as well, and Kong Sun is on the chase. I think this is just a numbers game that Aki cannot win.
I think so, too. Aki is just going to have to... Yep, and NT-Lock's just going to do his best to make sure Aki can't move anywhere while the rest of his team just shoot from behind. Finish off that job, and it looks like Super Noobs will go ahead and take that first win.
Yep, it's going to take Kong Sun just a few more seconds to finish it off. There you go.
There we go. Kong Sun with that final shot, and Super Noobs go ahead and take game number 1.
Ironhide was the hero in that game. He really held down the fort in a good position in that IS-4 for long enough for the rest of his team to respond at a good angle. The tank destroyer did a lot of damage. I feel like the composition for Karen Tigers was really smart and really good. But Ironhide was able to hold the ground long enough for them to defeat that strategy, because the strategy was simply to barrel their way down that point, kill the IS-4 that's there, because they assumed probably it was going to be either an E100 or an IS-4 there, destroy that tank and just push for the A6 and control that zone. But Ironhide was able to hold off enough time for the rest of the tanks to respond.
Would you say that that IS-4 had an iron hide?
Yes, it's like such an appropriate name, best ID in the whole league.
And he plays his position very well, right? No, I was thinking about that too. That we had said way early on, oh, that IS-4 is going to go down, and then after like 5 other tanks die, they're like, oh, now he does. Like, he really held his ground and played that part well for his team.
He angled his hull really well. He was making sure that all the E100 shots ricocheted as best as he could. And he did a lot of damage before the other tanks even responded to him. Like, his accuracy was on point as well. He damaged several of those E100s, so they were easier to finish off later. Really, really impressive play there. But now we're going to switch sides.
Yeah.
And I don't think that we'll see the same lineups for either team, just simply because the E100 lineup for Karen Tigers is a push-oriented attack side compositions. They're probably going to switch to the other one. And the Super Noobs are as well, you know, probably going to be running a few more defensive tanks, like they might run multiple E100s.
More E100s or something like that. I see that. I was going to say, it might be a lot of fun to see them just do that kind of composition again, where they just have one of everything. It was like a buffet of tanks.
Yeah, I mean, maybe replace the E5 with an IS-7, and then they could still do like one of everything. The IS-7 sits in his railroad track spot, and then you've got the E100 blocking the A6 capture point, and the IS-4 can also kind of push down the middle and control that space in the north of the courtyard. So I think that is feasible, like technically.
Yes.
So we'll see what they have planned, though.
We will see what they have planned. I think all the tanks have been chosen. But yeah, I'm wondering if... So you know how they did a full E100 composition for Karen Tiger and then like a smorgasbord buffet over on the Super Noob side. What's the benefit of using all these different types of tanks?
Well, you have a tank composition that, like I said, isn't easily counterable, I guess is like the main thing I'd say. But it looks like our game's about to start, so I'll talk a little bit more about it after we get into this
Sounds
next
good,
game.
and we'll see what kind of tanks they choose for this one. Let's get into game number 2. All right, guys, here we go. Set number 2 of the Karen Tiger Super Noobs series. And Super Noobs went ahead and won that first game. They are going to be on the attack now on this side. And Wolf, do you see what I see?
Yeah, I see 2 T100s on Karen Tigers and also 4 E100s again. They've rotated out one Tier 10 tank for that extra Tier 9 medium T10. But they only have one bat shot. Now, the Super Noobs are going to switch their composition up to a more standard attack side comp, not the mass E5s. And Karen Tigers, with this composition, it's like it's similar to the Conqueror comp where you have 2 Tier 9 mediums.
Yeah.
And they can be a little bit flexible, like Pit Sets being is just going to try to see if he can get a lucky shot on the autolures that are going to be camping the castle. But like I said before, the composition that Super Noobs built on the defense was so hard to counter, and it was each tank had a role, each tank had a job, and Ironhide did his job the best, and it was really cool. Now we're seeing 2 E5s again for the Super Noobs, which is interesting. Also to see so many E100s on the defense means Karen Tiger is really going to be not only doubling down, but tripling down on the A6 capture defense. In fact, having 3 E100s in that, literally tripling down, having this zone totally controlled.
All right. That's so interesting to see the T10 right in the IS-7 slot.
Yeah.
You notice that?
Sometimes you see a Conqueror do that too, every now and then when someone cuts it up, but it's like it's pretty weird because the power is just simply not there.
Right, so there's one T10 up on the corner of the courtyard while the other one is sitting in the C2 bar. And but this is interesting because right now we can see Sunbow is also facing into the courtyard. This is it's been a while since we've seen tanks actually contest this courtyard area.
Yeah, it really has been, and so aggressively too. But I worry for the T10s because they're not going to be able to stand up to the firepower of the 215Bs.
Yeah, and again, Super Noobs knows that there must be a tank in that train station.
And they know it's not IS-7, they've seen the tank list.
Exactly, and so they've been shooting at it. Madami's done a very good job of avoiding these shells coming at his direction, but, you know, I'm not sure how much damage he's going to be able to do sitting in here right now.
And one of the concerns about building a composition like Karen Tigers had is it's the opposite of what Super Noobs had. It's the lack of flexibility. It's the easily hard counter tank comp. You have a bunch of E100s. The obvious thought for Super Noobs is, oh, they're all going to be at A6. Let's avoid that location. If we assault the F2 capture point, the capture point on the railroad tracks, it's going to take them forever to get over here. And we can solidify that position. If they've only got T10s over there, it's going to be even easier to solidify our position over here.
I like this. I feel like Hien is going to go ahead and scout out, see what kind of tanks are in the area so that the rest of his team can go to the F2 capture point. He wants to make sure, you know, where are these E100s basically? And I think as of right now, they already know exactly where. The base capture has begun. Hien is going to sit in the F2 spot behind the depot.
Yep, and you know, this is a tough thing to contest with T10s especially, and IS-7 can more aggressively push towards this location, but the T10 cannot. And Ironhide and Ricky are very close by on those E5s. And I feel like this kind of tank, even though it's not normally seen on this map, can really be quite good at sitting in the capture point and delaying this. Now,
here come the E10, the E100 party. Everyone's just going to try and stop this capture point, but at what cost, really? They're so slow. Base capture is at 68 seconds.
Yeah, and this takes such a long time for them to get there, and the formation is good for the Super Noobs right now. They're not even willing to put multiple tanks in the capture point because they simply don't need to yet.
Yeah, they could just eliminate all the tanks coming their way right now. Just leave the 1390 to sit there, and while the E100s come over, wow, look at the great positioning that Hien has right there.
With a position like this for Hien, on the defensive side, the clock is on your side, but they've made a new clock. You know, you have to deal with this in 42 seconds or you lose the game, and we've forced you into a bad position. We've abused the fact that you've picked 4 E100s. Finally, this is reset, though.
Yes, it finally does get reset.
And Hien can't stay in that same spot. He's vulnerable there now. Ooh,
But
great shot by Kongsun there.
yeah, while this is going on, like we said, all the tanks now are in one place. They're exactly where the Super Noobs want them so that they can try to eliminate and win in that way instead of base capture.
Now it looks like they're going to try to kill Kongsun 4v1. They don't know NT Lock is nearby, but this buys a lot of time for the Super Noobs to put multiple tanks in that capture point, and they're about to do it.
Oh gosh, 75 seconds again. It's definitely heading down. Kongsun right now holding his own. He's doing what Ironhide did last time, just trying to distract the tanks from canceling that base capture. Wow, that was great.
Whoa.
The 50B just killing out that back shot.
Lock way outplaying Shinoza there, also ramming him versus such a lightweight, or you know, it's not a lightweight tank, but it's a pretty weak auto loader, so it's good to ram in that situation. And this is looking really bad for Karen Tiger. They're down on tanks, they're way low on hit points, and Hien is still threatening the base capture. He just stepped out for a second.
Oh, Pitsit does go ahead and take that opportunity to get rid of him and get rid of that threat, but at what cost? Again, look how low the Karen Tigers hit bars are right now.
They do have a tank advantage, which is somewhat scary. Sambo needs to eliminate a tank with his next shot, and he needs to eliminate another one after this.
I feel like it's going to happen now. One by one, Madame goes down, Tepco, Polly, and this is it. Super Noobs definitely with the upper hand. Pitsit finally falls, and Hawami will be the last one as we head into Ruinberg, I believe, is the next map.
That's right, Susie. So Super Noobs will take a convincing 2-0 lead here. Wow, even shooting a dead tank. No one's ever done that before. I'm like, that's adding insult to injury.
That's just literally kicking a dead tank.
Yeah.
Dead horse?
That's in our third series.
Oh, I'm sorry for the Horsemen. Okay.
We'll see if they have any dead tanks. But wow, that was really well played. I really like how they abused the tank lineup that Karen Tigers was running and just outmaneuvered them. Had better engagements, and Karen Tigers could have come back in that game because they had a tank advantage, but their position was so difficult to use their tank advantage because all their tanks were spread out where they could be hit by multiple tanks. Even though they had tank advantage, their tanks weren't able to use that because they were kind of clustered in areas where they were surrounded. It's weird to imagine a scenario where you've got like a 6v4 battle that where you're surrounded, but that's what happened there basically. So.
Well, Super Noobs once again showing us how incredibly smart they are and how incredibly accurate. I mean, I feel like both games were pretty one-sided in terms of strategy and the way that the Super Noobs are working the map to their advantage. But now we're going to move into Ruinberg.
That's right. So our second map is going to, again, I think, reward tank variety. But both teams should be rolling a little bit more of a varied lineup here. We're going to see a lot of object tanks, a lot of bat shats as well. AMX50B is probably not so much. We have seen some on the defense side on this map, and always one IS-7 usually on the defense side to protect the northern capture point. So this map we've seen all sorts of craziness from brawls to aggressive pushes to the north to even longer games that nearly timed out because both teams were so patient.
Yeah. Oh gosh, those games. I like the brawl games on this map.
I think most people do. I feel like even the one tank guy who never is aggressive, like he never rushes the capture point. Like the guy who plays at home, he even loves watching those because he's like, this isn't how I play, but I love watching it.
All right. Well, yeah, I'm just looking in the lobby here. Karen Tigers are going to bring quite an interesting lineup, and you're going to be very surprised by this. I know. This is like a hidden secret.
It must be a mistake. Like it can't be real.
Hey, you never know.
I think you're right actually, but
you never know.
Yeah. Whoa. Okay.
But you guys...
Get hyped, because you've never seen anything like this before.
Yeah, and speaking of brawls, I think this is going to be...
It absolutely will be.
I think it's going to be a big brawl.
I'm not going to say anything about it, actually, because I don't want to reveal too much. But the Karen Tigers are ready. The Super Noobs have given their ready as well. So it looks like we're going to jump into this game in just a second here.
Yep, and we are going to get into game number 3 here on Ruinberg. All right, guys, set number 3, Karen Tiger versus Super Noobs. Karen Tiger are going to attack first on this map. Super Noobs with 2 wins. And Wolf, what do you see? What are Karen Tiger doing
Karen Tigers
here?
are running 7 autoloaders.
7 bat shats.
6 bat shats and a 1390. Yeah.
I can't, what?
But it's a full bat shat lineup, which means this entire team is quite literally on thin ice. Their team has a ton of damage that they can put out, but they could crack at any moment. And as soon as Super Noob sees this lineup, they are definitely going to assume a much more defensive formation. That's their best hope of winning this. And they're going to have to be very careful. It's hard to know which tanks are out of rounds and which ones are not in a situation like this. So let's see how much burst damage Karen Tiger can put off. They're going to attack from two sides here. Right,
and Super Noobs, I mean, their lineup, they've got the 215Bs, they have an IS-4, they definitely have a defensive tanks. Them 2 have an autoloader, they've got the 50B, a Waffen, and then the 2 T-54s. So, I don't know. This is I've never seen a lineup like this before.
Yeah, we never really have.
This is like theory crafting. This is what my dreams are made of.
Well, I feel like Super Noobs is not taking this as seriously as they should.
Oh my gosh.
And the last are going to die basically instantly here on their T-54s.
But
they are absorbing a lot of fire.
They are absorbing a lot, and you know what? These bad shots are so vulnerable. Look, they take out 2. Oh, they even take out Sunbow. But once they're out of rounds, like, I'm not even sure what they're going to do.
The thing is, they have so many tanks that there's going to be so much reloading going on constantly. I feel like they should have enough consistent damage at any given time.
All right, that's 1 bat shot down. Shinoza.
The first to fall. The funny thing is Shinoza is considered to be the best autoloader player on their team. And he's the first to die. This is a coincidence in this case, but now the Karen Tigers have a lot more flexibility because even though if you look at the hit points, so like down the hit points, they have a lot of damage and they have more mobility. And it's 6v4, so they can actually move to multiple capture points, and Super Noobs has to basically stay together here. Uh-oh, this is not a good place for Modami versus an IS-4. It's going to take him a while to die, but he's going to literally be pinned here. He will not be able to move. His treads are stuck. 2 shots will kill him.
Yep, Iron9's like, nope, you're not going. What a bully.
Modami is probably going to try to get a shot past him. Nope, not even going to.
No.
Not going to penetrate that IS-4, I'm sorry.
No, he is not, and Iron9, this is... I feel uncomfortable watching that scene.
That was a bit awkward. Now, Ironhide will be pinned here himself, but he should be able to buy a lot of time. And this is Ironhide we're talking about. Hawami being shot from another angle as well.
Yes, he is. Again, I think the moment these bat shots are out of rounds, there's really nothing that they can do. Hawami does go down. Anti-Lock goes ahead and kills him. Akiv gets that revenge, takes down Anti-Lock, and it is now a 4v3.
Technically, Polly will die in just a moment.
Yep, and so a 3v3. However, they still have the IS-4 and the 215Bs, and I feel like Super Noobs definitely have the upper hand
They
here.
do, and Tepco is on a 1390, don't forget. He's currently reloading. The Karen Tigers are now forced to capture a base in 7 minutes. Now, that is a lot of time.
All right, well, Pitsits and Akiv are both reloading. There's nothing that they can do at this point.
Now, with the lineup of the Super Noobs, they can actually reasonably split up to cover a lot of ground. As long as they have 1 tank covering each capture point, they can basically just kind of camp and sit there. This game, unless Karen Tigers wants to do something crazy, will probably kind of go close to timing out because it's hard for the Super Noobs to hunt these tanks down, and they have no reason to. That's the worst thing they could do, so they're kind of just going to sit here and wait while the Karen Tigers try to figure out their best plan. And I think Karen Tigers' best plan is focus firing and then running away and then doing that again and actually winning by elimination.
Okay, so we can see that Aki is up, Tepco is up. Oh, all 3 of them are. Okay, now I can see from this aerial view. It is a 3v3, but who will prevail? That's what we are wondering here. In terms of hit points, though, Super Noobs are way ahead, almost double. Or more than double, rather. Sorry.
That's right. And here comes the lineup. They're going to try to focus down one of these 215Bs, and they need to do it from 3 different sides so that there's a lot of confusion. This is their best chance. It's still going to be basically a miracle to pull this one off.
Yeah.
It's still possible, though.
This is fun,
Don't count
though.
them out.
I can't believe that they actually came in with a full Batchat lineup. Who does that?
We've never seen it before. Now, let's see. Tang actually has a good angle here. Notice he's actually using the husk of that tank destroyer to stay alive back here, giving us some extra coverage. One shot could change everything.
Goodness, seriously.
And the consistency of damage has to be there for Karen Tiger. They're not just going to burst it down with 3 shots. They need to hit, like, each 3 tanks need to fire and hit every shot on a tank. It's going to be the toughest to kill Ironhide. He's going to be the one they want to kill last.
All right, TEPCO is going to go for it. He enters the zone.
Oh, it's so dangerous. If they guess which bush he's in, he's basically a dead man. It forces these tanks out of position. He's trying to bait them.
He is, but...
Ricky is not going to walk onto the road, though. Knows how he moves. He does not expose himself for a second. He has so much time to work with. All he has to do is hit TEPCO once, and the base capture will be reset. He knows the other tanks aren't nearby because they have coverage of all pathways.
Okay, well, we can see the other tanks now are going to join Ricky, get closer to this base capture.
TEPCO, oh, he doesn't see where he was. He guessed wrong.
Oh, he did guess wrong.
And now Ironhide has been spotted, and Aki and Pitsit are going to try to take him out. I think this is the smartest move for Super Noobs because Ironhide is the hardest tank to focus down right now. He's on an IS-4. A lot of those rounds will not penetrate at that distance.
Aki definitely took 1 shot. He missed. Now he's down to 4.
This is what I'm saying. Like, this game will probably go to timeout, or at least close to it, when Karen Tigers realize they have to actually make a move because there's no reason for the Super Noobs to chase. They're on defense, and they're just going to patiently wait this one out. Ironhide's like, I'm back in the corner. No one's touching me.
I like this corner. Yeah.
Ironhide has really gained my respect this season.
I'm really wondering. Wait, okay, so where did TEPCO go? Why is he...
He's going to try to force some confusion by going to base capture number 1, I think. It just takes so long, even on the 1390. They're down to 3.5 minutes. 1 tank alone is barely going to be able to capture a base at this point.
Right. He's just taking the longest way possible around to make sure that he doesn't get hit. Over to base capture number 1, try to make some confusion, but as we saw earlier, Pitsit and Aki, they are both placed all the way on K0. They're all the way in the bottom here. You guys can see almost where the map ends. And they're going to try to defend themselves this way. 3 minutes left on the game clock.
Yep. Time is ticking. And TEPCO gets the okay from his team. He is going to sit in this base capture now.
Try to sit in this tree that he just knocked down.
Yeah, he's going to use it to block vision. No one's going to have a visual on him when they fire in there.
All right.
And Aki and Pitsit are going to try to go for the kill on one of these 215Bs. I think this is the moment of truth here.
I think so too. Well, because they obviously know these 215Bs are going to head towards base capture number 1. And as they move over there, Batchats move very fast.
They do. All right. They're going to try to get an angle on one of these 215Bs. They don't see them, though. Okay, Ricky looks like, excuse me, he's going to be the first to be spotted.
Oh, gosh. This is the moment of truth. I'm a little worried for Super Noobs, but I'm pretty sure they're professionals, right? They know that this might be a trap. TEPCO.
Look at how much damage a 1390 takes from a straight shot. And now they're going to go for Ricky. Ricky's most shots are ricocheting.
They are. Ricky's doing a great job of being in a perfect position to not be penetrated to a point of critical hit. TEPCO is going to go down right here. Ricky is going to just take that shot. And now it is a 2v3 situation.
That basically seals the deal because Karen Tigers are running out of time to capture bases.
And Aki is out of rounds.
That's exactly right. So it's basically a 1v3. And in 45 seconds, it'll no longer be possible for 2 tanks to capture bases. So in 45 seconds, they either need to have 2 tanks in the capture and not be hit, or they need to kill a tank. They cannot do it. It's impossible.
I think it's impossible. I think the time's just going to run out and Super Noobs are going to win.
I think we're at that point. I think it's over. They can't even fire, like you said. Pitsit's out of rounds.
Yeah, everyone's out of rounds. They're just going to drive around and bash into cars. All right, Aki is now up. He's like, all right, guys, I'm going to go ahead and try to do something here. While Pitsit is reloading.
Ironhide is unkillable. He will not die. Even if they fired all the rounds on him right now, he will not die.
Okay, they are both up. Ironhide, he's just going to sit there and
he's like not even
them.
going to fire. He's like, nah, I DC'd, bro. Like, look at him. He's not even going to look at him.
Actually, I am scared he might have DC'd.
Even if he did, they're not going to be, they're not going to be able to win the game off of this.
I'm actually scared that he did DC.
But either way, they still can't win. They can't win. They can't kill 2 tanks in 25 seconds.
In 25 seconds, there's absolutely no way. So Super Noobs will win this. The other two just have to hold their ground.
They also know Iron wasted all the rounds of a key, so he can't even fire.
Oh, maybe that's what he did. They just sat there because they knew that, they're going to go ahead and try to finish him off, waste that round.
I think there's a high chance he DC'd. I think you're right, but this game is over. Time is up, and Super Noobs will take their 3rd win.
That was a much longer 10-minute win, but interesting lineup.
Yeah.
6 bat shots? Really?
It was really, honestly, it was really cool. And it almost worked out, but they couldn't capitalize on their, basically their mobility advantage.
Right.
And they couldn't focus. And then the tank that they ended up encountering was Ironhide, who, DC'd or not, he just was not going to die quickly. He's an IS-4.
Either way, it was smart because it made Aki just finish off his rounds. He was back to 0 again. We had to wait for him to reload, and there was really nothing they could do at that point.
Yeah.
And I think Ironhide already knew. He probably went to the bathroom. He's like, guys, I think we won this game.
He actually also could have potentially been trolling. Like, why have you guys not surrendered?
Killed me yet.
Like, I'm literally not even gonna look at you. I'm not even gonna give you the time of day.
All right, he did DC. That's what they're saying. But it's okay because it actually worked out. It was like strategically perfectly done. So Ironhide, good job, man, for DCing at that time.
Yeah, he definitely would have tried to kill them if he was there. I was pretty sure that was a DC too, but for me, I was like, he's either DC'd or he's trolling. Because if he was actually just being like, this is the strat, they'll never see me. I'm like, they already see you, dude. But yeah, it looks like it just doesn't matter. So
that went really well. Like I said, I almost thought it was a part of the strategy, and so kudos to them. Super Noobs going ahead and be very patient game. They won a 10-minute game.
Yeah, I wonder what Karen Tigers are going to do now on the attack. Like, what sort of tanks they're going to bring with them in this lineup. Are they going to try to do something crazy again, or are they going to try to play a bit more standard? I feel like on the attack, running that autoloader lineup is better than on the defense. On the defense, you're like, you can't really focus people down and hide. Everyone's just kind of going to move more slowly. We'll have to wait and see what they've got planned, but I thought the lineup was interesting, but unsuccessful. Needs further testing. It's one of those things where I don't want to judge it off of this one game, but
I am going to judge it. I think it was
ambitious.
Yes, there's that word. Ambitious. It was ambitious. I can understand it. That's high damage, high mobility, right? Burst damage, basically.
A good map for that,
Yeah.
This map and Steps are probably the 2 best maps you could try to make that work on.
Yeah, but I did like it, though. I have to say,
it was fun.
I'm a stickler for these theory crafting. In fact, I think we said something like that last week. We're like, imagine a team with all bat shots and.
Well, yeah. Last week I was like, the reason why all bat shots doesn't work is because they actually have long reload times and they can't actually survive anything. Otherwise, that's why I said otherwise every game would be 7 bat shots or 6 bat shots in the 1390 versus 6 bat shots in the 1390 because that's such a strong tank. It's so versatile, it's so fast, but it has so many glaring weaknesses.
And now we see the weaknesses. We obviously saw it. So let's see here. It looks like they have picked all their tanks, and we'll probably get into the game pretty soon. But I kind of do want Karen Tigers to do something crazy. Imagine they went all E100s this time, just
that would be crazy.
Be defensive, or IS-4s.
All IS-4s. Literally, went all, I don't know, what else would be even crazier?
All
tank destroyers.
Or all SPGs and they're scattered all around and they're just shooting everywhere.
It's but you didn't go 68 points, so we don't need it.
We don't need 68 points.
Actually, Opolis was gone in a cloning facility. Now we have 6 Opolisks and we're going to bring all SPGs.
That's probably for the finals. Say, shh, don't tell them their strat. But okay, it looks like we are ready to get into game number 4. Welcome to game number 4, Karen Tiger versus Super Noobs. Super Noobs going ahead and taking 3 games so far, and now they are the ones on the attack. And I'm happy to say Karen Tiger's a bit more standard.
Yeah, they're bringing in IS-4 to launch the Northern Cap. They're bringing in E4, which looks like it's just teched in for Modami in this case. We'll take a closer look at what he does with it in a second. But 3 215Bs and 2 T-54s, more normal. And Super Noobs are running the more normal attack comp with 3 E5s and 2 Optic 140s. The Optic 140s are going to be able to scout and break off from the group a little bit more. The rest of the E5s are just going to be beefy at pushing.
Beefy.
Yes.
So we can see here, like you said, there's the Object 140s. They're going to head down to the southern area, while the E5s go down straight to the middle into the village over in the E0 quadrant of the, the section of the map.
Yeah. Tepco and Pitset are going to get isolated here.
Oh dear, they're going to be definitely cornered.
Oh, NT-Log's ammo rack blows up, it looks like, though. And Tepco doesn't have much room to leave here, but at least they got 1 kill for free.
Yeah, you know what's fun is the fact that they knew that they were going to go here. This is a very common area for the defensive team to head into, but it's actually not working out for Super Noobs. They've lost a lot of tanks.
Losing NT-Log instantly there, I think, was the big problem. And now they're at a huge deficit. It's going to be almost impossible for them to win. It's one of those things that happens sometimes just by chance. But let's see if they can turn this one around.
Yeah, we'll have to watch. Ironhide does go down, though. I mean, as of right now, it looks like Karen Tiger definitely have the upper hand.
Okay, Hwami taking some serious damage here. And, you know, Hwami barely gets out of there. But Modami's coming from behind on that E4. Whatever his plan was will not be clear to us. We will come in and do some serious damage. Sunbow goes down.
Yeah, 1 by 1, Super Noobs are falling. I mean, I think going to that corner to try to get rid of those 2 tanks, it was a good idea in theory.
Yeah.
But obviously, Karen Tiger kind of knew that was going to happen, had other tanks waiting for them, and now 1 by 1, Super Noobs are dropping like flies, and Tang is the last one left.
Yeah, just losing that initial tank early for free, too, was a big problem. It really gave Karen Tiger more momentum in that fight. But there you go. Karen Tiger will win their first game in this series, putting us at a 1-3 score for them. And we're now going to go into our third map, which is Mines, right?
Mines, yes.
Okay. So we're going to see a lot more aggression, these 2 teams on Mines, most likely, based on their playstyle in these 3 games alone. Even on Himmelsdorf, we saw both teams be very aggressive. And the third game was like the most aggressive. It ended up being the game that timed out, but just because of the nature of the tank picks.
Bat shots? Yeah. That's pretty I don't think you can get any more aggressive than having a bunch of autoloaders to try to blow things up.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy, but we'll see what happens in this next map, because Karen Tigers could try something totally nuts again, but real shame there about NT-Log losing that ammo rack.
Yeah, he got blown up real fast. That was almost as fast as the poly blow up the other day.
That was crazy. That one was like very clear though. That was like 1 stray shot blew him up, whereas the poly one I was like, well, I mean, they all shot him. Like, whoa. Like,
whoa, yeah, that was.
I got a bit confused by that one, but yeah, this is really a good thing for Karen Tigers momentum-wise, because now they can try to take this momentum and go, okay, we got a lucky break there. We tried some crazy stuff. Let's like take a step back. We can beat these guys straight up. We just did it. We got lucky a little bit, but you know, we can actually go into a map maybe that they're more comfortable with on Mines. A map they did very, very well with last season, because this map dominated. Last season it was like the most picked map.
Yeah.
And they had Obelisk, who did quite well for them on this map. Unfortunately, they don't have him anymore here. But I gotta say, I think they will do well on Mines. Not necessarily like take it or anything. I'm just saying like this is I think their best map.
Yeah, Karen Tiger obviously know how to play this map. We've seen it time and time again, and they played against EL last season. And yeah, I do miss Obelisk though. You said it and made me sad.
Yeah, well, maybe he'll come back one day, but for the time being, he's inactive. Yeah. Still part of their roster, so can play anytime he's available. Just has been quite busy, so I've heard.
Yes, we need him back in Japan and shooting those SPGs, because, man, what an arty player that guy. I shook his hand, you know. Yeah,
we took a picture of them and stuff, and no doubt Obelisk could probably hit, like, any tank from America anyways, like, but Oh, well.
Oh, well.
The Super Noobs, though, the new kids on the block, are just tearing it up. They won the first 3 games in incredibly one-sided fashion. The 4th game was weird because they lost a tank right away, and Karen Tigers played perfectly after that.
Right.
So let's see what happens here going into our 3rd map, though.
We will have to take a look. Going into this, if Super Noobs wins this, they're just a little bit closer to securing that first place spot. That gap between them and EL Gaming will just continue to grow even more so. So this is pretty important for them as well.
Yeah, so looks like we got all the tanks in the lobby now, and they are all picked, so we just have to get the ready sign from these 2 teams, and then we'll be ready to go into game number 5. 2 wins to go for Super Noobs, and luckily also Karen Tigers prevented the 4th win, because if your opponent has 4 wins, you cannot get 3 points no matter what. The best you can hope for is 2. So that's important that they did that early on here.
You think the comeback is coming?
It could happen. It's possible. And I think Mines is a really good map for Karen Tiger.
All right, as long as they don't bring 15 bat shots again.
Yeah, or even just 6 of them. But even if they did that, I'd be a bit concerned.
All right, well, I think we are just about ready to get into the map. The map is loaded, guys. Let's head into the next game. All right, everyone, set number 5. We are here. Karen Tiger finally getting a win to Super Noobs 3 games, and Karen Tigers will be on the attack first.
All right, so taking a look at these lineups, Karen Tiger running several IS tanks, which is really interesting, as well as AMX 30s, which we almost never see.
Yeah.
This is our first time this tournament, if I believe. We might have seen one on day 1 or something, but anyway, their tank lineup is basically relying upon these IS tanks to block for the AMX tanks' damage, those autoloaders. Now, we haven't talked about the Super Noobs. They're bringing a tank lineup that's designed to be more flexible, but also to bring the brawl to the middle with 4 E5s, 2 140s, and the RU-251, so they can rotate out of the mine if it's not really a viable place to engage. This is going to be a weird game. Here come those IS tanks right up to the front lines.
Slowly,
patiently.
Right, and the medium tanks over, the little French tanks. Look at them.
Now, the French tanks, the AMX-3s, do have quite a quick reload time, and they're a bit beefier than, say, the 1390.
All right, this is interesting. The brawl did not happen here at the mouth of the mine as we expected it to be, but I guess you can't when you really just have IS tanks slowly making their way there. Yeah. It's interesting that Super Noobs are playing this definitely defensive and a lot slower than expected.
They have the right to do so with their lineup. It's more flexible. And also, they have, they're on the defense. They don't need to force the issue here.
Yeah.
Okay, Modame is going to try to take a peek here.
Yeah, the sixth senses have all gone off. Modame is aware that there are tanks down below.
He isn't, though, exactly how many, but he's really flirting with a lot of danger, in fact. It looks like he's actually even more looking for the lakeside or the waterside front rather than actually trying to deal with the tanks below him. Because he knows he can't do much about that.
Okay, we could see here Karen Tiger on the attack. The bat shots over near the lighthouse area.
Ooh, good shot by Tepco. Look at how much damage
a
30 can do to a 251 just with one shot. Very quick reload. Similar to the T-54 lightweights.
Oh,
quick reload.
RU-251 really taking a lot of damage here.
Yeah, he needs to be careful. He's not.
He wasn't careful enough. Yep, the IS-4 finishes off. Modame from afar, from all the way up on the mine, he just saw his opportunity and took it.
It's funny because the IS tanks may actually give Karen Tiger an opportunity to capture base capture number 2, just simply because they're going to block so many of the Super Noobs tanks.
And there you go, a key on the IS-7. He's going to go ahead and start that base capture, like you said.
Now the 2 other IS tanks can do a lot to delay here. And Modame's even trying to get a shot on Tang here. He doesn't have enough gun depression to actually aim down and hit him here, and Tang knows that. But the scary thing is what happens when you get 3 tanks on that base capture, because that could happen very soon here. And there's not enough tanks nearby to deny this. This is a scary place for Super Noobs right now.
It is. All right, 73 seconds left. Aki really just right on the edge of that base. Tepco is keeping an eye out just to make sure that no one can bother his friend over there.
All right, well, time is ticking down. No second tank in the base capture yet, but 2 bat jets nearby to help protect, as well as that AMX-30 could rocket its way down off that cliff.
I like how
anytime.
Sunbow is really trying to see if he can reset that timer.
All right, an E5 is approaching, but that's what those bat jets are waiting for. 2 of them, in fact. They can burst that down in seconds. Look at that. Pauly's got eyes on this move out here. The base capture has been reset, I think just because he stepped off. Shinoza takes some damage here. It's tough going, actually, to deal with these 2 E5s here. They might need some more support. Pitsit is considering abandoning this high ground to support.
He might have to go down and help them out.
Huge advantage, though, to Karen Tiger right now. Massive.
Absolutely. And on the attack side, I actually thought they were going to play it a little more aggressively, but they're not, and they're still holding their own. Super Noobs, every single tank right now is hurting a bit, except for Ricky.
Yeah, he's fine.
He's fine.
He's all right.
Yeah, Aki back on the base capture, 63 seconds.
I don't think Super Noobs can actually deny this. They're gonna have to force a fight, and they're not in position to do so. I really think they might just be dead here, to be honest, Susie.
Okay, well, Hawami's gonna take. Oh gosh. Yeah, the positioning of Karen Tiger in this map, really, really sneaky.
And they're doing something we've never seen before with this tank comp, and I really like when teams do that. And they're using their knowledge of the map. Like we said before, this is, I think, their best map, and they're really showing why they love this map, and their knowledge of it is immense.
Yeah, I mean, even on the way up to get Pitsit, the last taking tons of damage.
Ooh, Pauly just took a ton of damage. I'm not sure from what, but he and Shinoza are the most important tanks to keep alive right now. Otherwise, their team will simply be outmaneuvered by these faster medium or heavy tanks. Pitsit is doing his job here, though. Tang goes down.
Tang finally goes down. Akiv goes ahead and kills him, and so does the last.
The tanks are separated. Ironhide dies.
Ironhide dies as well. Yep, you're right. And these bat jets are still alive and doing a lot of damage.
This was a game about positioning and map knowledge, and Super Noobs crushed
There goes NT-Lock, and here goes Ricky, one by one.
Pitsit's not even going to die here, I don't think.
This also makes me feel uncomfortable.
Oh, one more? Nope, he gets him. He gets him. Madami's like,
There we go.
all right, well, this is game over. If anyone had doubts at home, one guy was like, no, I think they can still do it. I'm
I
like,
don't know. I think so. Super Noobs can still win this. I'm not sure, but I think they can.
one guy's like, he doesn't know what he's talking about. I mean, I'm pretty sure. No, it's over.
It's over. Karen Tiger go ahead and win their second game. Like you said, they obviously knew how to play this on mine. Oh my gosh, their positioning on this was fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, we saw them control the high ground with IS tanks. That position was given up by Super Noobs. They were like, oh, I don't like this. We're going to go there. And then Modame was actually the real hero because he had so much vision and so much control of the entire area. He was surrounded by E5s, but they didn't want to waste time with him because he was a heavy tank that could also just slide down and escape if they tried to do that. So he was in like the perfect position. And then the Batshats were basically off screen, dealing damage. They were safe. They were protected. I thought the game was going to go more like a slow push towards the capture where the IS tanks protect the Batshats that are in the back, but it was totally the opposite. They spread around the map and controlled the whole map from the southern part of it. You know, like had a whole concave of tanks with Modame in the center. And wow, now I don't think this lineup will be necessarily viable again for Karen Tiger because they're going to be switching now to defense.
Yes, and it looks like Super Noobs are going to take out NT-Lock and for Kongsun. Kongsun is going to come in instead.
Okay.
NT-Lock was like, I've had it with my weapon rack blowing up on me. I'm just going to take a little break on this. But yeah, back on mines again.
Now that's an interesting swap because I feel like impact-wise, NT-Lock has historically been super high impact, no pun intended with the impact on his ammo rack earlier. But he's a great autoloader player, but it makes me wonder if we're going to see any autoloaders from Super Noobs going onto the attack. They might go more E5. Kongsun is good on E5s. He's good on 215Bs. So that's what I expect to see. I'm not saying necessarily we're not going to see any autoloaders, but it leads more towards that sort of situation. Interesting.
Okay. And as for Karen Tigers?
For Karen Tigers, I think they're going to run a more flexible tank lineup again with Object 140s. Might run the RU-251 And I want to say maybe not any heavies, but they seem to like them on this map. So let's see what they do with that, because we saw heavies used always one IS-3. Just one IS-3
Right.
every time last season. We always saw that. So seeing IS-4s or IS-7s here is not out of the question.
No, it's not, and they brought it before. So let's take a look here. I think they are just about ready. Tanks are getting loaded into the game.
Yep, Karen Tigers are ready. We're just waiting for Super Noobs to give confirmation.
And our observer,
He's really anticipating the ready sign.
he sure is.
Okay, we got it. Looks like we're ready.
Hooray! All right, guys, here we go. I think this is game number 6 now?
That's right.
Wow, how did 6 games go by so fast?
Feels like just a quick day, Susie.
It sure does. All right, game number 6, I think, oh gosh, nope, wait, we haven't loaded yet.
Just everybody slow down, everybody calm down. Now it's ready.
Let's get into game number 6. All right, guys, set number 6. Karen Tigers going ahead and securing a second win. The score is now 2-3. Super Noobs are going to go on the attack.
All right, guys. Karen Tigers running 3 IS tanks again, 2 Bat Shats, and 2 MX-30s. They're just going to roll with the same tanks. No wonder they said ready so fast. Now, the Super Noobs are going to be bringing the comp I was talking about, E5s and Object 140s. Now, Sun Bo is going to be on the 140. Kong San is going to be on the E5 as I predicted. And this is going to be one flexible lineup versus another. But
Yeah,
I personally
interesting.
favor Karen Tigers lineup. Based on what we saw them do last game, I feel like they're going to use their heavy tanks to control space and control the high ground, and maybe even eventually just leave Modame there by himself, and they're going to use those autoloaders to pick tanks apart from a
Okay,
distance.
well, right now you can see the Super Noobs, they just decided not to even go by the mine area. They're going to go to the lighthouse and the waterfront. I mean, I think they have something in mind, too. When they saw this tank list, I'm pretty sure they knew what they were going to get into. It's the same tank list from before. Hawami already getting shot at.
Yeah.
Took some damage there from Hien.
Still a pretty even game. Position-wise, though, what can Super Noobs hope to achieve from their current position? With only Object 140s and Base Capture 2 and the Bat Shets closing in on being able to cover those areas. Oh god, Modame has taken way too much damage. His tread got damaged as well.
Yep.
He repairs it, but
I think the idea behind this strategy right now is to just eliminate. I don't think there is much intent to capture a base.
I think you're right. The more I look at this, I think you're right.
And the way that they are positioned all along the outskirts is so that they can find different angles to focus onto one tank, just as we saw Modame be focused on.
Yeah. Well, this is certainly shaping up to be quite an interesting series. Karen Tigers never failing to really break the rules, and I like it a lot, making this a really fun one for me. Now, we're seeing basically this slow whittling away at Karen Tigers' hit points. Like you said, it looks like the Super Noobs' plan is to win by elimination. The Bat Shets are in good position, but they need to be very aware, and they don't have a lot of vision of the Object 140s that are coming down towards them because they're not looking that way, so they could actually get blindsided by Ironhide and Sun Bo right now.
Oh, the music has changed.
And look at that, actually,
Hyped out, look at that.
look at the position here. I thought they were kind of not covered, but actually in Modame and Hawami are going to give a little bit of coverage here, so I spoke too soon. The clock works against Super Noobs, though, and that's why I worry about their positions.
I have to agree. I'm sure at some point, probably around the 7-minute mark, that's when we're going to see most teams go ahead and commit to a strategy and commit to a push.
It's tough for the Super Noobs to really close in here. 2 E5s. The closest tank they can try to push onto is a Key, who's an IS-7, so he's going to be happy with that. It'll buy a lot of time for the AMX-30s to support. All right, looks like they're going to try to move into position to go into the base capture number 2 on the low ground.
All right, but as of right now, I mean, both tanks pretty even. Modame is down low, but he is on the IS-4.
Yeah.
Lots of armor on that tank.
Oh, instead of going to capture point number 2, they're actually going to try to storm down a Key. I think this is exactly what Karen Tigers wants, though.
Ooh, there we go. There's the lightweight He's going to get into the base capture, perhaps cause a commotion while the E5s come around and take out a key.
He's definitely going to try to bait something. Look at the way he's coming in here.
Oh, that's such a bait.
Such a bait. Oh my god. The master of baiting. Now, at this point, I really feel like Super Noob's approach towards a key is just not going to be the winning move. But they're not forcing the issue. They're really just trying to force the Karen Tigers to come out. But the Karen Tigers have 2 bat shots that can deny Hien's capture as well as potentially kill him.
Ooh, okay. So Madame seems to be the target as of right now. Yep, there we go. Sunbow does take him down, and he is going to be the first casualty of the evening.
That makes things a little bit easier, for sure. Paulie and Shinoza, though, still in great position to not only deny, but possibly kill Hien. Looks like they're waiting for an opportune moment.
Ironhide, they're going to just go and see if they can take care of that.
Yeah, now that
Madame is personal, man. Now that Madame is gone,
now that he's dead, they have an opportunity here. It's not going to be easy versus bat shots, though.
Absolutely not, but they're going to go ahead and try
that shot!
Sunbow.
Hawami, a master of long range. Okay, Sunbow goes down.
A key, though. Wow, he goes ahead and finishes that off. Ironhide, they were not sneaky enough. Shinoza with full rounds, I think this is where Ironhide needs to run away, or at least hide a bit. Iron, hide.
Oh, that was good. I feel like this is just such a risky way to go about things because of those bat shots.
And you know, just like on Himmelsdorf, how Super Noobs really controlled the map and absolutely knew what they were doing, I feel the same way for Karen Tigers here on Mines. It's like they just know how to dominate and they know all the nook and crannies of this map.
Hawami is actually potentially going to be the first person to challenge this T-54 lightweight. Now, like, at this point, Hien has no idea he's here. He doesn't even have Sixth Sense, but Hawami doesn't know exactly where Hien is. Hawami's Sixth Sense isn't going off either. He just knows he's in there because the base timer is going down.
Okay, here we go. The E5s really need to come in and do something, but Tepko from behind, he's going to make some damage on Tang.
This is exactly what Karen Tiger wanted. This is exactly what they wanted. They want them to come into the IS-4s where there's support from autoloaders and AMX-30s. Super Noobs are falling apart here.
Yeah, and this baiting didn't work at all, in fact. They didn't even care. Oh, there you go. They didn't even care until they got down to 39 seconds about what Hien was doing.
Super Noob's understanding of the map just not on the level of Karen Tigers, I have to say. Hawami does go down, but Kongson will too, and now it's a 5v3 with a much better tank lineup, much more flexibility for Karen Tiger, and only 3.5 minutes to go. Tang goes down.
Tang goes down. Ricky and the last.
Now the last, maybe the last to fall, would be too
poetic. I was totally
poetic.
going to make that joke right now. The last wants to be the last one. Which he might be, actually.
He's poised to be currently.
All right, the last. Stay away so you are the last one.
Well, let's
see. This guy
see.
doesn't know how the puns work, does he?
No. Well, I mean, let's look at the tank lineups here. This game is over.
This game is pretty over.
We're gonna have a tie score, Susie, going into our final map.
3-3. Karen Tiger, they really want this win. And I totally understand.
So important that they denied that 4th win earlier on Ruinberg so that now they can actually potentially win all 3 points still.
All right, Ricky does go down, and the last is the last to fall. And Karen Tiger, go ahead and tie up the score. It is now 3-3.
3-3 going into Ghost Town. Okay, so Ghost Town going to be the final map. That could get crazy. We all know how like Ghost Town oftentimes goes 1-1. Going to a tiebreaker. Tiebreakers are starting to happen.
I know, this is crazy. It's just everyone is really, really struggling to get those points. You know, it's so important to get those points, like we said. Rankings, man.
The level of play in Gold Season has gone up so significantly since last season. It's not 100% clear who the best team is. It's not even 100% clear who top 4 is. Teams are really having good days and great days. I feel like some teams have occasionally had like a bad day, but it's mostly like teams are having good days or great days. And Karen Tigers had a rough start, but they are really bringing it back now. They've tied it up. It was 3-0. They won 3 games in a row. And now in Ghost Town, they only need to win 2 more. Razor thin edge. Now the winner of the first, I should phrase this a little bit differently. The loser of the first game on Ghost Town will no longer be eligible for 3 points.
Yes.
So that's really important.
who's it going to be?
That's a good question.
Who are you leaning towards?
I want to lean towards Super Noobs taking Ghost Town. I felt like Mines was really well played by Karen Tiger, and they really, really outplayed Super Noobs when it came to the knowledge of the map. And sometimes we saw the Super Noobs kind of look a bit clueless as to how to approach their 2 autoloader composition. But on Ghost Town, I feel like it's a little bit more standard, a little bit more figured out. The accuracy is good for Super Noobs, and also we saw them do really well on our other city map of the night, which was Himmelsdorf.
That is very true. Oh, that's very true. If you look at Himmelsdorf and the way they played Ruinberg too, all right, I might go ahead and give the edge to Super Noobs. We're going to go ahead and take a look at Ghost Town, however. Here's the map that we were talking about. This is more of a city map, like Wolf and I have just been discussing. It's like Himmelsdorf, just got all these buildings, a lot of roads and angles to work with, you know?
Yeah, there's a lot of high and low ground areas as well. Like you can see just on the right of the screen there for a second over where the schoolyard is, where we do see some sort of similar situations to what occurred on Mines just earlier. But a lot of people call this map a half and half map because there is a large outside the city map. The truth of the matter is, though, it's not really utilized all that much. Usually your tier 8 tank will scout over there, or sometimes you'll sneak an autoloader over there. But most of the action happens in between the northern and the southern capture point in those roads.
Right, and as you can see, up by the northern capture point, that's the open area that we were talking about. But most of the time, right smack dab in the center of the city, that's where we're going to see most of the action. Right in the middle and or a little bit above it, which is what we call the schoolyard, because it looks like a schoolyard. Yeah. And a lot of, I don't want to say brawls so much, but more like coordinated mass fights.
Yeah, we see a lot of attempted surrounds on this map. Map vision is so important, which is why this is the first map we saw this season where tanks were consistently running our U251s and T-54 lightweights, because you need to zip around, you need to find out exactly what's going on. We're seeing Conquerors much more popular on this map recently because you have 2 of them, so you can actually check both locations, especially on the defense. It's really important. But vision is important because if you can identify like where the E100s are, you can actually surround them and fight them 4v2. And sometimes that's actually what decides the game.
All right, well, it looks like they are ready. We're going to go ahead and head into Ghost Town for game number 7. The score is tied 3-3. Karen Tiger versus Super Noobs, and Karen Tiger are going to be on the attack. What do we got, Wolf?
4 E100s for Karen Tiger, a Batshot, and again, 2 T30s. Again, changing things up as to how they want to play this. 2 Conquerors, the much more standard on the side of Super Noobs with a Batshot, 3 215Bs, and just 1 E100. Got to give the edge of tank variety and composition to Super Noobs, but let's see how Karen Tigers wants to play this with their E100s. How they're going to control this space. They are rushing towards the mid right now, and they can set up a solid defense there. You know, it's funny to say defense because they're on the attack, but they'll set up a position where they are capturing and defending that capture. Looks like they're going to spread around the zone, but those E100s are headed up towards the capture point. Modame and Hawami going the other way.
Modame and Hawami, I mean, they're on 2 tank destroyers. It just seems very unconventional, I want to say.
I like that Karen Tiger is really trying stuff that's out of the box and new, but here's what I was talking about. They're going to come in here and try to rush this base capture. Now, any tank that comes from the side might just totally get sideswiped here by these T-30s, and, you know, that could be enough of a distraction, but Super Noobs needs to react lightning fast here, 30 seconds before they lose this game. They've got 30 seconds. That's all they've got.
I can't believe that. Wow, that's
and don't forget,
quick...
Polly's here too.
Yeah, that is a very quick capture.
This is how this map used to be played all the time, and we saw teams figure out the answer to that.
Oh, look at that. And the 2 tank destroyers are going to just sit on the side and see what kind of cover fire they can give.
All right, Ironhide here is going to get blown to smithereens in
moments.
in
6
seconds
six
left.
Seconds?
They only hit
5
Polly.
seconds?
Polly's not in the base capture.
No. Oh, base capture does go back.
Just for a moment.
Just for a moment.
They need to hit a key to really fully reset that. And Polly could step in at any moment. He's going to actually block for them. They're going to engage. They're giving it up. They're just going to fight.
I don't know if this is a good idea for them to fight right now, though. Super Noobs. All right, the last does go down. That Conqueror really blew up fast like we said it was going to. Polly takes a ton of damage as well. Hawami goes down. Polly does go down, too. He is on fire,
Yeah.
not in a good way.
This is a bit of a problem. Those tank destroyers just don't have much lasting power in a situation like this versus 215Bs. They're better to take free shots, which is what they were expecting to do. But Super Noobs used their Conquerors to deny base capture, which was really smart. And I think this game has basically come to its end. It was a rush that failed.
It was a rush that failed, and I have to say, Super Noobs right now regrouping and really being smart. Their accuracy is on point for this game. A key goes down. It looks like Pizza is the last one left for the Karen Tigers. Super Noobs will go ahead and take game number 7 with 4 wins. And now they're in the running for either 3 or 2 points.
That's right, and unfortunately, Karen Tiger will not be able to get 3 points. It's just simply not possible. So that was the important first win in this map. Now they can actually get the 2 points if they win 2 games in a row, but the momentum is in the Super Noobs' favor. Karen Tigers did something bold there, and the plan was solid. They had 2 tank destroyers, tier 9, so not as powerful, hoping to catch off guard the tanks that come into ram.
Right.
And we saw that the Conquerors denied the base capture, and while that was happening, the tank destroyers couldn't really respond quickly.
Yeah.
And the Karen Tigers was like, I guess we got to fight like the plan. The plan was to fight once they come in, but it was too late.
I feel like if those tank destroyers just came around and from behind where the base capture was happening, just go in ahead and harass the Conquerors at least, right? Then that might have been a little bit better. But yeah, I mean, Poly did a very good job of being in front of the other E100s so that they wouldn't know which E100 to hit to try to reset the base capture. But in the end of the day, didn't work out the way they wanted to.
Yeah. Well, I mean, here we are now. Match point for Super Noobs. A great comeback so far for Karen Tigers, bringing it back to 3-3. But it all comes down to this. Are we seeing 3 points for Super Noobs, or are we seeing a tiebreaker? And what sort of lineup are we going to see from Karen Tigers? They've probably got a plan up their sleeve, right?
I'm really scared again, if they do this whole backshot thing again.
I don't think that can work on this map. There's too many clustered roadways. A massive E5 lineup or E100 lineup, both could be somewhat viable.
Yeah.
I'd rather them see, like, honestly, I mean, thinking outside the box is cool and all, but I'd rather see, like, 2 E100s and, like, 3 215Bs and, like...
Something a little more standard.
Yeah. We'll see.
We will see.
Because, like, some of their cool strategies have really worked out. Some of them, like, for example, the heavy tanks on mines.
Yeah.
But some of their, the autoloaders, the 6 bat shots, not so much.
All right. Well, it looks like game set number 8 is ready, so we'll get right into it. Let's get into it, everyone. Set number 8, Karen Tiger versus Super Noobs. Super Noobs with 4 wins. This is match point. If they win this, they go home with 3 points. Karen Tigers need to win the next 2 if they want to go home with anything at all. So, let's look at this.
It's the mass EU100 strat again, but this time on the defense. Karen Tiger is really like picking the same tanks regardless of attack or defense every time. It doesn't feel like it, though it feels like they've got a plan for it, but you would think if you have 2 different strats, you would pick different tanks, but it's like 2 different strats with the same tanks. Now, the difference being that Hwami is on an SPG. We'll see if that actually ends up making a difference here. Whereas for Super Noobs, they're just running a 215B lineup with a bat shot, Conquerors as usual, and 1 E100. Again, the more varied lineup, and I think personally the better one. Personally.
I know you like this one better. All right, so this is the schoolyard that we were talking about, guys, the one right next to the middle capture point. Very heavily contested area. Right now we can see that the Super Noobs are going to drive past it. I wonder if they're going to go ahead and try to base capture 1?
It could be. They're in really good position to control the zone while they move into that location. I think they are. It's been a long time, Susie, since we've seen a push like this.
It sure has, and I'm just scared that they may do something brash, as Karen Tiger did before, and just have it be a failed rush. I don't want to see that happening to Super Noobs.
It looks like instead they're going to simply try to surround these E100s.
Oh,
they're going to push through the north like no one ever has. They're like going to cross B5 like no one's ever crossed B5 before.
The last B5 frontier.
Like, this is crazy because they're actually going to try to simply come from behind, which never happens on this map in Asia. Like, I've seen it happen in Korea like twice.
Yeah.
But like never in the Asia series where people actually try to go around. It's usually not allowed, but they're abusing that E100 lineup, how slow it is to respond.
Very, very good. All right, well, NT-Log is going to break away from the rest of them. With his speed, it's probably better for him to go around and try to scout a little bit more. While, yeah, you can see here, Super Noobs just trying to really take hold of this position in the middle. And they see Pitsit first. Pitsit is going to get focused down and shot at. There we go.
Down little by little, he's being whittled away here. They totally control this area. Multiple tanks in the capture point as well, and they can surround him. This is outmaneuvering at its finest, and Super Noobs take massive leads here. It looks like they're just going to, they see that they have essentially a win by elimination. They're going to leave the base capture and go for that fight.
Yeah, and I like how that's exactly what they did. They baited them out there. They started the base capture, saw that everyone's in here. All the members of Karen Tiger came rushing in, and now they just want to win by elimination. And
something else they know and they can use to their advantage here is that one tank is essentially gone because Hwami's on the tank destroyer, so they can use their Conquers.
All right, well, Tepco and Pitsit, Modame all have fallen.
And Karen Tigers is basically 3 tanks versus 5 right now, as Hwami may be able to land one shot or two, maybe, pretty unlikely.
But yeah, that was really smart by Super Noobs. Like you said, when they're on point, they are a very smart team.
Yeah, I always call them the smartest team in the tournament. I never thought they'd get first place, but hey, with this win, they're getting even closer, and they've got 3 more points potentially to earn tonight. They've earned their 3 points today. They will win this 5-3. Shinoza found here. NT-Lock, can he finish him?
Oh, I think he can. NT-Lock is going to go ahead, finish off Shinoza.
Hwami's like, oh. Opolis goes back at home like, oh, I'm so disappointed in you.
If that was me, I could have done it.
I doubt Opolis actually feels that way, but can he kill NT-Lock? I mean...
No, I think NT-Lock is definitely going to go kill him first.
They neither of them see each other, which is kind of funny. Yeah, NT-Lock's definitely going to kill him.
No, he's going to definitely kill him first.
He's got too slow of a rotation time.
Yeah, he was like, I'm going to just shoot you in the face. Yep, there we go. And Super Noobs, wow. Almost losing the lead there to Karen Tiger, but they're going to go ahead and take that 5th win, securing 3 points and getting even further ahead than EL Gaming.
Very well done. Now putting them at 26 points. They could go up to 29 points, would put them 8 points ahead of EL.
Yeah.
But we'll see if they can win their second match.
All right. Well, that was quite the series, guys. But we are going to take a 10-minute break, and we will join you again for Super Noobs versus B Gaming. So we'll see you in 10. Welcome back, guys. Hopefully you had a really good 10-minute break, and now we are back. We have Super Noobs again, but this time against another Japanese team. We have B Gaming for you for series number 2.
Yeah, now this is going to be pretty exciting to see because Karen Tiger did give Super Noobs some trouble. Now, we saw B Gaming outperform Karen Tiger significantly last week, taking down 2 teams on their way out, taking 6 points with them. So they could have what it takes to actually take out Super Noobs here. If you scale how much better B Gaming played than Karen Tigers last week, that might be enough of a difference to maybe they could actually take this win.
You know, it's funny that you say that though, and I'm going to go back to that one day, I think it was Christmas Eve actually, where we had Immortals, Horsemen beating Immortals, then we had Super Noobs beating the Horsemen, but then we had Super Noobs having really tough time with the Immortals, where we obviously, logic would tell you that they should have won that, but it didn't happen that way. So I think it really depends on how seriously I think Super Noobs want to play or how tired they are. They must be mentally drained after going 8 games with Karen Tiger earlier. So yeah, I want to say logically, I think B Gaming can actually go ahead and win this, but sometimes logic just doesn't work here.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you actually have to really think outside of the box, and sometimes things do happen that aren't expected, and predictions are broken, and teams get tired, and teams make mistakes. Teams suddenly hit their stride and perform really, really well. So anything could happen here.
Let's go ahead and talk about these teams specifically here. So again, Super Noobs, we just watched them play. Ironhide being complete MVP. They were so, so good. Then we had Sunbow, Entilog, Hien usually on that lightweight, right? The last Ricky, all these guys really pulled their weight last game.
Yeah, really, really serious games. I'd say Ironhide especially really impressed me a lot. Even in his game where he disconnected, he pulled his weight. So impressive play. But this team is not invincible. They have had some tough times before, but they're currently in first place significantly. And we'll see how they do in the second match.
We will see how they do in that second match. Again, I feel like Super Noobs, even considering how smart they are and stuff, sometimes they do tend to throw games just a little bit. I mean, not on purpose, obviously, but maybe it's just a mentally draining thing or whatnot. Then we have B Gaming. This is the other Japanese team who in an interview said that they just really want to beat Karen Tiger. And I mean, they are slowly on their way of doing that. We have 7mm, Taki, Tamati, Super Hiroshi, and Til Matil. These are guys who we've been consistently seeing in every single one of these games.
Now, considering that B Gaming did beat Karen Tiger in a 1v1 lineup, and as well as they are currently ahead of them in points, especially because Karen Tiger did not defeat Super Noobs. If they win this game here, they will absolutely be significantly ahead of Karen Tiger. But if they lose here, they're only going to still be just slightly ahead with a 1-point lead at 14-13.
Yeah. Again, I think these middle teams, this is the moment of truth, right? The middle teams really need every single point they can get to try to follow on the tail ends, I guess, the coattails of Super Noobs and EL Gaming.
Yeah. Well, these teams are right in the middle of things, and it's definitely going to be a tough time to catch up with these tougher teams, but beating them is one way to do that. So Super Noobs versus versus B Gaming. If B Gaming could do it, Karen Tiger could not. That might just be the break they're looking for.
I have to agree. If we see that, logic would tell us that B Gaming is better than Karen Tigers, right? So we'll just have to do that. It looks like
So it looks like we have our maps. We might have a problem with putting them up on screen right now.
So we'll just let you guys know what the maps are.
Yeah.
First map is the map that I can't pronounce.
Prokhorovka.
Yes, that one.
And then we're going to go into Cliff,
Thank you.
Mines, and Ghost Town. So no Himmelsdorf actually in this lineup, so a bit unusual.
It's a little odd. Okay.
But you know what? If I'm B Gaming and I watch those games of Super Noobs, that's first ban for me. I'm like, you know what? Normally we let Himmelsdorf go, but not versus this team. Not going to let that happen.
Absolutely.
Not going to put that map out there.
And Steps is going to be the tiebreaker map. And like we said, Prokhorovka, I said it. It's also a big open map as well. So, and it's more like, it's the newer one. Everyone's kind of bored of Steps, I'm sure. So
Sure.
It's kind of nice to see the newer maps in rotation here with us.
Yeah, and with Cliff in there, it definitely does kind of end up being a crazy series. Like these first 3 maps could be very aggressive, could end very quickly. Who do you favor here? I want to say on this type of map, I kind of favor Super Noobs. I feel like their accuracy is better.
I'm still going to go with Super Noobs because B Gaming, yes, they've shown us some strong games, but at the same time, I keep saying this, there are on days and off days, and especially for B Gaming. Some days they're like really good, and then other days you're like, is this the same team? You know,
Yeah.
Are these just like guys who sit in and use the wrong ID, or like what is going on?
Sure. I mean, they have definitely had their good days and their not so good days in this season.
With Super Noobs, every time they make those kind of strategic plays and those smart plays, like you've been saying, you really get a feel for their team and like their composition. They're just fun to watch. I feel like they're a lot more consistent in that sense. So I think I want to favor Super Noobs.
Well, let's see what happens here. All players are currently in the lobby, but we are just currently sorting out some technical difficulties that we have. They will be resolved soon, no doubt. But the players are all in the lobby. It looks like the teams are ready.
I think so. Once we get the okay from the observers, then we will head into the game. But yeah, I mean, going on to this map that starts with a P.
Prokhorovka.
A very open map, that one. What kind of tank lineups do you think we can expect?
Object 140s all the way, bat shots, 1 apiece, and 1 STB. Possible for both teams. Required on Cliff, but possible for Prokhorovka. That's what I'm guessing. We have sometimes seen like E5 slip in or 215B like sneak in somehow. I'm like, how'd you get in there? What are you doing in there? We sometimes do on this map. Sometimes see 2 STB1s, which is more reasonable, I believe, personally, than on Cliff because of the way the map works and how much more open it is.
Okay.
So,
yeah, I'm just trying to see what this technical difficulty is and why we are not getting into the game. But yeah, I think it might just be an internet issue.
Yeah.
You know what? While we are sorting this out, let us go ahead and talk about this map. This map that starts with a P. Prokhorovka. Woo! That one.
Yep, so this map is, as Susie mentioned before, very like Steps, and that's a very open map. However, there's a lot more terrain on this map, like this lake, for example, this little town is another area. But there's also 2 major areas on one on each side of the map. Excuse me, it took me forever to get that out. On the left side of the map, we have a street with trees on both sides, bushes on both sides. It's hard to go down that street because you're going to be spotted. There's a lot of coverage. And on the other side of the map, on the east side, we have a railroad track that goes down the map. Now, both of these areas are very difficult to actually cross. So if you send all of your tanks to one side, the other team can't really challenge you. But you also can't really leave that location. The railroad tracks are also raised.
They are really raised, except for that one section in the middle of the map that's by the town that you can see. That's smack dab right in the center. So that's usually where we see a lot of contention going. A lot of brawls will happen there since the ground is flatter. But more north and south of the railroad tracks, I mean, tanks could be on each side and not be able to see each other and not be able to take aim.
There's 2 low points of the tracks. One is right in the village, and the other one is like towards the south a little bit, but there's also a train on the track, so it doesn't matter that it's low at that point because you just simply cannot shoot through the trains. Even though they're filled with like really explosive fuel, you can't actually blow it up. That would make the map more interesting in my opinion, but unfortunately, we're going to keep it like more legit esports here.
That'd be cool if like one of the drivers of the tank that blew up can drive the train and like go back and forth and try to...
Oh, that would be crazy.
That would be really cool.
Someone's like in the train with like a pistol. He's like a train robber. Like there's like an NPC in there. Like,
you can control that NPC. If you die though, and your driver's alive, you can like
Susie's casting, but she's also driving the train. She's like they don't know, but I'm gonna drive into E5 now, and she like drives the train off the tracks. I'm like, Susie, what are you doing?
I'm gonna drive into Steps, guys. Yeah. Anyway, it looks like finally all the internet issues and all the technical stuff has been sorted. Hopefully there are no DCs, and I think we're gonna go ahead into game number 1. Welcome to series number 2, set number 1, Super Noobs versus B Gaming this time, and Super Noobs will attack first.
All right, looking at these tanks so far, 2 E5s for Super Noobs with a Batshat, 3 Object 140s and that RU-251. For B Gaming, they're bringing in E5, 1 Batshat, the same, but 2 STBs with their Object 140s. Now, I think this is pretty solid on the defense, personally.
Can you blame them for wanting to use a Japanese tank,
Never.
though? Come on.
Never.
Alrighty, well, here we go. We could already see that both teams are going to cross those railroad tracks. They do not want anything to do with that raised ground. The terrain, forget it. Run right into the city, start shooting at one another. I like this, Wolf.
It's going to be fun. The Tier 8s do encounter each other.
Yep, the RU-251s, but it looks like 7mm is going to be the one that wins that little duel.
Now, just looking at how this battle is going to occur, the better setup does go to B Gaming because they do have a bit of an arc here. But the Super Noobs also have E5s, 2 of them. So once those all join the battle, they have a lot of extra power that the B Gaming lineup is lacking.
Yeah, wow, everyone's just really gonna shoot. They're just aiming all over the place, as you guys can see on this map here.
If Super Hiroshi dies, that's a huge, huge deal because he's one of the big damage dealers.
Yes, he is. That is a huge loss. Hien, I mean, after getting hit, ran all the way out to the railroad track again. He doesn't want to die.
No.
Oh, Super Hiroshi is dead. There goes the bat shot.
Yep, and now at this point, Tamati is basically dead. He's down to 43 hit points.
Oh, making that 0.
Yep, down he goes. And Tang hasn't even really joined the battle just yet. He's getting closer. Taki is also very low on an Object 140. And this game is swung very heavily into Super Noob's favor. They also have a solid position with the RU-251 spotting from behind, giving them information about where the tanks are moving so that they can chase properly.
All right, well, Hien goes down and so does 7mm. That's 1 for 1. 1 for 1. Each the RU-251s are down. But yeah, you're right. It looks like Super Noobs are definitely, again, the accuracy, right? They're just a lot more consistent in the way that they play.
Yeah. Now, Tilto Matil here only has one buddy to try to protect him. It's Samo on an STB, and he's doing very well, but I don't think he can do well enough to save his team here.
No.
NTLOC's going to be reloaded soon.
All right, well, the last one does go down. It is a 3v2, but Samo down very, very low. NTLOC's going to be reloaded quite soon.
All right,
Couple
down
more
goes
seconds.
Samo, and NTLOC, like you said, should be reloaded now.
I don't even think it matters, though. Tilto Matilla is just going to be blown up right here. Ricky does the job, and Super Noobs go ahead and take that first win.
So, impressive first win there. Overall, just had the better fight, the better accuracy, and that's why I wanted to give them the edge going into this map in particular, because B Gaming is not as known to play well on open maps like Karen Tiger is.
Yeah.
I feel like one of B Gaming's strengths is they don't have glaring weaknesses, but that can also be somewhat of a weakness in itself if your opponent's team is really good at one specific thing and they know that you're not as good at it. You're not bad at it. It's not a weakness, but like well, their accuracy isn't as good. Let's fight them here, or something like that. So, I just want to. I feel like something we never really talk about B Gaming is like they really don't make big mistakes. They really don't have any glaring weaknesses. Like one of the weaknesses I would say of like Horsemen, for example, is they don't like to switch their tanks that much, or they used to be very, oriented around moving as a pack, so you could abuse that. One of Karen Tiger's weaknesses is they almost never change their tanks, even on the same, like if they switch sides on the map, they keep them the same, and that makes it somewhat easy to counter, although today they did something quite opposite.
Pretty crazy,
they
did.
Used the tanks they never used before, then used them on every map twice. But when you look at B Gaming, I'm like, they don't have any glaring weaknesses, but if you want to fight a team like that, sometimes you just take one of your strengths and push the game towards, this game is now all about accuracy.
Yeah.
I have better accuracy than you, you're done. And that's kind of what we saw there. I mean, it's oversimplifying it, but the better fight went to them for sure. And the snipe on the autoloader early on really, really messed up B Gaming's lineup. So.
Okay. All right. Well, it looks like they're going to switch sides now. And, I mean, that fight, to be completely honest with you, I don't think it really mattered which side they were on because it was just a massive brawl. Both of them crossed the railroad tracks, decide to meet in town, and have a good old-fashioned brawl. So I almost feel like they just went, and everyone's like, "Hey, let's just shoot at each other, like gentlemen's fight or whatever it is." Anyway, let's see if this one is slower or if there's different strategies to it. We're gonna get into game number 2. Welcome to game number 2, Super Noobs versus B Gaming. Super Noobs took that first map, and now it's B Gaming's turn to be on the attack again.
So taking a look at these tanks, we've seen a significant swap for both sides.
More STBs.
More STBs, bringing 3 this time, 1 E5, and Super Noobs have cut the E5s out entirely and are going to run 215Bs instead with a bat shat. And what B Gaming cut out was their autoloader. They don't have one.
Okay.
RU215 fight.
Yeah. So, oh gosh, they're gonna duel here, but this time around,
Hien won the duel last time, but he takes a shot from Samo this time.
he does. Okay. Well, this is interesting because B Gaming actually this time around decided not to cross completely over. They're just gonna hang out at the railroad tracks. Hien does go down, and that was a big win because last time Hien lasted, drove around, did some damage before falling again. So automatically Super Noobs are down 1 tank, and this is going to be an advantage for B Gaming.
That's true, and I was really lucky too because he was killed by STB-1s, which are not known for their accuracy over such long distances.
Okay, here goes the entire team of B Gaming. They're just going to pull out from that area back to their zone, their spawning point. And the RU251 7mm going to go straight ahead, see if they can find something better, or at least
I think they're just
scout.
going to try to see if there are any tanks set up to defend this. Now, one of the advantages when you can see that all 7 tanks are on the other side of the tracks is that no one can really see you on this walkway or this roadway on the left side. It's one of the fastest ways to cross the map and one of the safest ways if no one can actually see you because they're all behind the tracks.
Right.
So right now the RU251 is trying to find out if anyone can spot him, they might be able to see them on this road, but everyone's just kind of slowly heading over.
Sunbow had his 6th sense go off. But yeah, there he is, Sunbow.
I think he sees 7mm, or hears them rather, but okay.
I don't know. Yeah, this is interesting. So yeah, the rest of B Gaming, they're going to decide to take the walkway all the way on the west side of the map up to base capture number 1. Taki takes that shot at Sunbow.
I like B Gaming's position here. Super Noobs are going to have some trouble engaging on this point. Both teams have, basically similar lineups because 7mm isn't going to be a game changer on his own. But what B Gaming has that Super Noobs does not have, or rather, what Super Noobs has that B Gaming does not have is anti-lock on the autoloader. And that's a lot of damage potential if he can be protected. So they need to kind of almost make like a phalanx and push carefully towards that location. Very slowly. I like that they're really being patient with this. They're not freaking out about the time.
The STBs, I mean, they were going up north. Now they're going to head back down south. I mean, right now they want to, I want to say they want to trick Super Noobs to thinking where they are. But I'll be completely honest with you, Wolf. I'm not sure what B Gaming is trying to do or where they're trying to push. They've just been going up and down this road right now. There is one object, 140, that's up completely north.
Yeah, he's just trying to give some extra cover fire if Super Noobs tries to rush in like Hail Mary. The 215Bs are well positioned here. They do have good coverage of the area. Challenging them is impossible because of that little bump in the middle of the map. As you guys can see, they're safe below it.
Yeah, anti-lock.
Yeah. Anti-lock can lock down a target faster than any other player in this league. So if he sees any object 140 tank isolated, he will kill it and then just go reload.
Yeah, but now we are at the 6-minute mark, and B Gaming need to do something. They need to attack, whether it is to eliminate or base capture, something.
Yeah.
Come on, guys, something. This is a lot slower game than the last time. They're obviously playing it a lot more secure, but here we go. Base capture has been started. Nipa goes ahead and enters the ring.
Now, his base capture here is going to be very tough to actually lock down with all these tanks nearby. But so far, he's actually managed to get 15 seconds of it, free of charge, essentially. And Super Noobs will need to respond much faster now with this given threat. So this is kind of like, this is the real threat where you got to be like, all right, no, seriously, you guys got to do something about this.
All right, we'll see also how the terrain works to the advantage. Nipa is way down in the valley, and so he kind of is hidden. He's like in the bottom of this bowl, if you will. And before you saw the aiming went straight past his turret. He's a small enough tank that he can just kind of sit there and not be too scared. 58 seconds have already gone.
Yeah, Nipa needs to be hit from Super Noob's perspective. Okay.
Like that.
Looks like it was Sunbow that got him, but
It was NT-Lock.
Okay, NT-Lock
took that shot. But see what I mean? The aim just goes straight above the turret of the tank, and so.
Now, something that's
really
somewhat
good position.
alarming, and everything you said is true. Something that's somewhat alarming for B Gaming though is they are getting fairly low on time.
Yes.
And they do only have one tank in there. If this gets denied once or twice more, it gives the Super Noobs quite an edge to use that clock as the finishing blow. Taking a win by elimination would be very difficult for Super Noobs right now.
Yes. So there's 3 STBs here grouped up. I feel like they're going to go ahead and do an attack of some sort. They need to really focus fire and kill tanks at a time together if they're going to make this effective.
The STB push is terrifying. I don't think that Super Noobs is going to see this coming. They see it now, but they need to react quickly. This is not what I expected.
Sunbow is going to be the first target. If all 3 of these STBs can just focus fire on him, locked and loaded.
Well, let's see. NT-Lock needs to get over here because he is absolutely essential in this defense right now. Sunbow will die. Make no mistake.
He will die, but you know what? Some of these STBs have taken so much damage. Look at Tamati. He's already in half health. So is Samo.
7mm dies off screen.
Tilta Matilda's half life as well. Just try and take down one tank. That just didn't seem very worth it.
Their accuracy here, long range, is quite powerful. And the STB lineup, that's its weakness. Its accuracy over long range is a bit weaker. That's why it took them so long to actually kill that tank. But they need to group up. Those Optic 140s in the north are not doing them any favors.
Here we go. Ricky is going to be the next target. They're going to have to get rid of him. But quickly, Tamani is taking way too much damage. If they want to win this, they do need to eliminate. 3 minutes remaining on the game clock.
Now the last and Ironheart are finally coming down, which is what may end up winning them this game. This is still a very close game. Tiltel Matil goes down. And the next target should be Tamati. The last wants him, but it looks like they're going to go for Taki instead first. Long reload time here for Taki, and Ricky survives. Okay, Ricky does finally go down. Ooh, a missed shot for Tang. And NT-Lock could do so much. He could actually kill like 3 tanks with 1 shot apiece.
You know, Super Roshi is still full health, though, somewhere on this map. He's just kind of watching and making sure that he can do something, perhaps be that last shot. But here's the 2 members of Super Noobs. They're just going to Hail Mary it.
Yep.
Go right in the middle of all these tanks. I'm not sure why they did that. Ironhide is the last hope for Super Noobs.
NT-Lock really kind of messed up. Well, this game is over. 1 shot will finish him. It's going to be a tie score, but NT-Lock really should not have approached that. I think he approached that the wrong way. He panicked. He walked right into where the rest of the tanks were. And it wasn't like he was like, I don't know where they are. I got to take a chance here.
Yeah.
He knew exactly where they were. His teammates had vision of exactly which way they were looking, and he walked right into them. He could have killed 3 tanks himself if he had come from a different angle. But I think he panicked a little bit, and that's really what secured the B Gaming a win there. When they were significantly ahead the entire time. I'm not saying like that one moment for NT-Lock threw the whole game away, but that could have been their opportunity, but him just tossing that away really secured the win for B Gaming overall.
At the same time, I mean, I think they did make a couple of mistakes, like the STBs coming in all together. Great idea, great in theory, but they just took so much damage to take down 1 tank. And I think it could have been a cleaner win for B Gaming for sure. But yes, you're right. They have been ahead most of the time.
The last, and I want to say Kong Sun that came up from the Object 140s to the north also responded very late. If they were there earlier, I think the STB push would have been a total flop, would have gotten crushed. But they responded a bit late. They weren't sure who was in the north. They had a lack of vision, which comes back to them losing that RU-25 going so early in the game, that lack of vision, that lack of knowing where the tanks are coming from. Still, NT-Lock should have known that like going over the road tracks like he was suicide, but either way, we're tied up now. We're going to go into Cliff, our second map of the second best of 9.
And if we know anything about Cliff, it's going to be a brawl.
It is. And a much similar to Brawl to what we saw in the previous game where it's very slow and somewhat drawn out because it's not like Prokhorovka or
I don't
Steps.
know. Game number 1 was a really crazy game here on Prokhorovka, right? So I'm kind of expecting game number 1 on Cliff to be just like that. Because last week we also saw, what was it, Team Efficiency and what team was it? That went all the way on the western side. They just met in the middle and shot at each other.
It might have even been EL. I'm not 100% sure.
EL didn't play last week. Hold on. Why don't we take a look at our
You'll
handy
check
little notes?
She'll know. She's got it.
I got it, guys.
But yeah, I know Team Efficiency played against a tough team.
No, they played against Super Friends.
Super Friends, okay.
And that was the crazy one where they just went all the way on the western side of the map, didn't even go to the cliff.
Oh yeah, now I remember the game you're talking about.
Yeah.
Now I remember exactly what game you're talking about, and that was crazy. I don't know if we'll see that. I think that was like just a really weird, crazy circumstance, but hopefully we see something like that because I'd like to see more of that. It's one of those games where I look at it and I go, well, that was a one-off game. We've never seen it again, so what does that mean? That's weird. I don't take too much from this, but it could happen. The center of the map, the arena, like we like to call it, is the much more common location for fights.
Yes.
So, kind of feeling like that might be what we see.
So probably more bat shots and Object 430s. Like this seems to be the one map where we see the Object 430s.
Yeah, because you can use the cliff, the rocky outcroppings to your advantage while you kind of hide behind them because your tank is a bit lower to the ground. So I think that's the main reason why we see that.
Okay. Well, it looks like everyone has picked their tanks. All the teams are ready, and we are ready to go. So here we go into game number 3. Welcome to game number 3, Super Noobs versus B Gaming. The score is tied 1-1, and B Gaming, they're going to attack first.
So let's take a look at B Gaming's roster since they're going to be attacking first.
Yep.
2 430s, 2 STB1s, the Lorraine 40-ton, which has made quite a difference in some of these games, and the T54 medium with their bat shat.
Oh, Neat Mania is in.
Oh yeah, that's right. He sneaked in there.
Welcome back, guy.
So Super Noobs are running Object 140s instead, 4 of them, a bat shat, the 251, and 1 STB1. You know how I feel about bringing 2 STB1s, so I like Super Noobs lineup more.
I know you do, but come on, like I said, it's a Japanese team. Let them use their Japanese tanks.
Sure. I mean, I myself play many a video game from Japan. I've traveled there many times. If I were playing, I'd probably use one, but the success rate, not so sure about.
All right, well, here we go. They are meeting right in the arena, like we said, by the cliff. NT-Lock, like, going ahead, locking in his position on that bat chat all the way on top. He's going to let Sunbow get ahead of him first to be able to take some damage for him. But no brawl. Everyone's just getting in position. Oh!
Shots fired, but no connects. Tamati trying to hold down the line here versus Sunbow. It's the STB line. He misses.
He does miss, and now he needs to make sure he doesn't get hit by Sunbow.
Looks like no capitalization potential there for Sunbow.
And this is hilarious. I love how everyone's just in the arena, but no one's actually done anything yet.
Yeah, actually no.
There we go.
Tamati takes the first damage.
Tamati takes the first.
He's going to actually have to back off at this location. Might even be in his best interest to slide.
Oh, look at that cute Japanese flag on his turret and everything. I mean, come on, what pride.
Oh, that pride is quite strong, but pride can be your weakness.
Maybe.
He needs to just retreat from this location, I feel, because if he continues to try to push up, he can get punished.
Ooh, Sunbow doing some damage from the high ground.
I want to point out not a single tank on Super Noobs' lineup has taken a single point of damage.
Yeah. Wow.
Controlling this game very well from the outset.
Okay, Taki damaged the gun. Gun's been repaired.
All right, Taki taking some more damage here.
Yep.
B Gaming has taken damage on all of their tanks except Super Hiroshi and 7mm.
Here's Super Hiroshi now. He's going to try to make his way
carefully.
Carefully away and possibly around. Oh yeah, 7mm is going to go around. Super Hiroshi just wants to get out of that area as well. See if you could do damage from afar. But as of right now, yeah, you're right. Super Noobs have not taken a single point of damage.
This is actually crazy, this STB fight. Sunbow is like really confident Tamati's not going to challenge him. So he's actually gotten quite a bit of damage done to other tanks as well as Tamati himself.
Yep, he's just been really harassing all the other tanks. This high ground has given him quite the advantage, and I think he's going to try to poke at Tamati again. Yep, there he goes. Another 365 HP chipped away.
He's really like destroying him. Like he's outplaying him hardcore.
Yeah.
Tamati's position is so weak. I feel like he should have left a long time ago.
Yeah, and the moment he goes down, he's just focused on by another tank.
I think it's time to just give this position up to Madi.
I think this is where all 5 of these tanks push.
Like, B Gaming has basically played a Super Noobs have played a perfect game. They've
Hasn't
lost
been
2 hit
possible.
points on anti-lock somehow, probably when he was sliding down or driving down. Probably just some fall damage. But otherwise, like, they have not taken any damage. They are in perfect position, and B Gaming has gained no ground whatsoever versus them.
All right, well, Neat Mania. Wow, Sunbow just chewing. What is...
Sunbow has, like, done 90% of the damage
I
himself,
can't
by the way.
believe what a perfect position that is. Yep, like I said, all the tanks are now just going to go ahead and push. There is less than 6 minutes left on the clock for the game. Ironhide does go down for Super Noobs, but so does Taki on B Gaming side.
NT-Lock in a really good position, but he gets taken out as well.
Wow.
B Gaming trying to turn this one around, but it's just not enough.
I don't think it's going to be enough. Yes, and Sunbow up top, I mean, he does take a bit of damage, but he has definitely done his share. Wow, 3 members of B Gaming in a row.
Blown off the map. Now, Matil on a T-54 medium, not going to be able to hold his own here. And Neep was just a lonely object 430. Matil is down first. Super Roshi is reloading currently on the right side of the map.
Sunbow is just like, nope, I'm going to do more damage before I die. And he's like, I'm going to go ahead and take this win. Nope, last. Steals it from him. Super Roshi, last man.
Is Sunbow going to get this kill too?
No way.
Oh, no, he's not.
Hien goes ahead and takes that win. But yeah, Super Noobs taking that game pretty convincingly there.
I feel like Sunbow actually did
most of the damage.
50% dev damage on his own in that game.
That positioning was great. He was able to hit everyone and then pull back in time that no one could hit him. Like,
Tamati basically shouldn't have stayed there. Like, to put this in terms of another game, imagine you're trapped in a corner and there's a hallway, okay? And like it's Counter-Strike, for example. There's a sniper looking down the hallway. You're never going to be able to poke out and hit him and then come back. No, he's looking down the hallway.
Yeah,
he has
he's
a better
just
position on
looking at you.
You actually can't fight that. You have to go back the other way. In this case, we got a tank on top of it, on top of the outcropping, and Tamati's below. If Tamati pokes his head up, he gets shot first, and he can't really do anything. He's trying to slowly move his way in, and every time he does, another tank from the other side hits him.
The moment he comes up, it's like Sunbow gets him. The moment he goes down, there's another tank hitting him from afar. So what do you do?
He was a bit stuck there, but I feel like just trying to slide down quickly and maybe take just one shot and escape would have been better. But instead, he just kind of slowly died.
Yeah.
While the rest of his team was also being harassed by Sunbow as well. But that was I think it was a most one-sided game we might have seen in this series so far, and we'll see if things turn around because that was just one game on this map. It puts Super Noobs at a 2-1 lead, but it's not over yet.
It is definitely not, and as they switch sides, we're gonna have to see if B Gaming can go ahead and quickly get that high ground advantage. I think things would change in that case. Usually, when the tanks, whichever team gets the high ground, they're the ones who are going to win. And like I said, when all 5 of those tanks just decide to push, when B Gaming decide to push, it's basically I know that the moment I open this door, there's going to be people with dodgeballs waiting for me.
Yeah.
How am I going to avoid that?
Yeah, it's really rough. I feel like what we saw from B Gaming where they won on the previous map, Prokhorovka, was just simply overall better understanding of fanning out on the map and taking control of zones. I feel like that would do them well on Mines, to be honest, which is our next map. But on Cliff, it's tough to use that and maybe try to avoid that conflict. Maybe try to do something a bit unusual and different here. Could be how B Gaming takes this. But on Mines, I feel like Karen Tiger, they can use the map. They can use a more lightweight or, medium, I guess. Lightweight in the sense that lighter tanks, but actual medium tanks instead of the heavy tanks to control that space. But on this map, they're having trouble, for sure.
All right, well, as we go into game number 4, we'll see how things pan out. All right, Super Noobs are up 2 games to B Gaming's 1. We are in set number 4, and Super Noobs will be on the attack this time.
All right, taking a look at these tank lineups. Let's talk about Super Noobs first.
Pretty similar.
Yeah, 3 140s, an STB1, a Batshat, 2 T-54s. Yeah, actually exactly the same, I think, for both sides. Pretty sure. So no
The
changes.
RU251, I think, before they had the Lorraine.
Oh, that's right. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
the
the only difference.
RU251 has made its way into the lineup.
Yeah, they brought a 140 instead. Okay, that makes sense. What sort of shenaniganry is going on here? Okay.
What source of shenanigans? B Gaming. Well, yeah. Okay. Again, both teams going to just head their way into the arena right at the base of the cliff. But this time around, how are they going to fight this? That's the question, right?
Oh my god, Batchat City.
Batchat City.
Super Hiroshi is where Sumbo was last time, and NT-Lock is where Tamati was. But look at this, Hiroshi's just taking fire on the last right now.
Yeah, they want to get to that position and hurry up and do some damage before the other team can get into theirs. Nipa takes a lot of damage there. He goes down by the T-54.
Very close game right now, though. They're actually going to push through the center. I think this is really smart, but let's see if they can actually make this worth it.
Ooh.
A better fan out here for Super Noobs. They have a great surround.
I don't know, Ricky and the Last both falling for the Super Noobs.
Hien's coming from the side, though. A much better position overall for Super Noobs. They lost a lot of tanks here, but I think they're going to clean up house now. Let's see. Ironhide goes down. Neat Mania will be the next to fall. Hien is coming, but so is Tamati. Where is that Batchat?
Oh my gosh, where is that Batchat?
He used a lot of his rounds earlier, and I think that's why they're trying to take this timing before he's reloaded.
This is a super close game. I can't even tell you. There's Super Hiroshi. He's almost reloaded. He comes down, sees his opportunity. Hien, it is a 2v3 at this moment.
NT-Lock is almost reloaded. He might be able to turn this game around.
And so is Super Hiroshi. All right, Tang goes to, oh gosh, if Tang goes down,
Super Hiroshi dies. That's huge.
Oh no.
I don't think he can do it alone, though.
I don't think so either, especially if they're going to come after him. He has now one. Nope, he's done. That was his last
ammo
round.
rack. His ammo rack was destroyed.
Yeah.
He just quits.
He's just going to sit there. Oh gosh, B Gaming, what was that fight? B Gaming, go ahead and tie up the score. It is now 2-2. I don't even know what happened in that game.
Well, it was...
And I like it.
It was basically... they abused the fact that NT-Lock used his autoloader rounds right away to put fire onto B Gaming. So B Gaming knew he was out of rounds and was reloading. And that was the moment they decided to attack, using their STB lineup, which allows them to do more aggressive frontal assault. That did really well for them. So they rushed in with that, took early kills, and then they were surrounded, but NT-Lock wasn't ready to give them support, whereas Super Hiroshi was, and he just blasted fire out like non-stop, and then they ended up getting the lead there. Now, things almost turned around at the end, but unfortunately a 2v1 versus a Batchat, almost every tank lineup's going to win that one.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why I said, oh gosh, there's his support tank, even though it was an Object 140, still would have been able to do more damage than a Batchat by itself, considering that Batchat would just explode after one hit, really.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe two.
Well, he lost his ammo rack, too, at the end, which was like, well, you can't even get one kill of these two. That's why, like, when he lost the ammo rack, he was just like, all right.
You just sat there like,
He's like, kill me, let's go to game 5.
Let's go into game 5. So, game 5 then. Well, that's interesting. Each of these games has been a 1-1.
Yeah.
And as we go into game 5, that's Mines.
I want to give the edge to B Gaming on Mines, just like I did to Karen Tiger. I feel like their playstyle really does well here. Their maneuvering and how well they can actually spread themselves, just like Karen Tigers, and use a more mobile lineup is quite good. Karen Tiger used heavy tanks on this map, like IS tanks, to control the map. I don't think B Gaming is going to copy them, even though they're from the same region. I think that was a very specific Karen Tigers only type strategy.
Yeah.
So I think B Gaming is going to approach this their own way, bringing overall maybe 2 autoloaders like they did on Monday, and then running some Object 140s with that.
Okay, fair enough. As for Super Noobs, between these two games, I think one of these maps we're going to see a massive brawl, and the other one actually played at standard. So the question is, which time, I guess, which game is going to be the brawl? And Super Noobs, I have a feeling if they're on the attack first, that they're the ones who are going to start something like that. So we'll take a look and see if that is the case. Let's head into game number 5 on Mines. We are on Mines, Super Noobs versus B Gaming. The score is still tied 2-2. Let's take a look at the tanks.
All right, so for B Gaming on the attack, Two 50Bs, so I was right on the autoloaders, except they brought a third one, the 25-ton. Two Object 140s, an RU-251, and the 113 Chinese tank. That's going to be their, basically what IS tank they have. It's very similar to that, IS-4. Now, for Super Noobs, they're running the E5 lineup, and we'll see if that ends up being the answer here, because it is looking to be at least that initial brawl.
Yep, here we go, right into the mouth of the mine. Well, Super Noobs does get there, but they stop. They don't want to actually engage just yet.
Yeah, especially versus those autoloaders. Could be a disaster.
And so they're just kind of, I'm not sure what they're waiting on. NT-Lock does take that first shot, doesn't really connect.
It's weird that tree is like in the way here.
Whoa, this is really strange that they're just like right here and kind of dancing, if you will.
They're not sure what's on the other side. Tamati's going to be able to do a ton of tanking.
Yeah.
No pun intended at the front. So they're not gonna
Tamati's
try to
over
break.
there, but Super Hiroshi is around the back on that bat shot.
They can't break this versus the autoloaders. It's going to be too risky. They're going to break off. I feel like this is B Gaming's arena now because this is how B Gaming likes to play. They like to split off. They like to be mobile. Super Noobs has had a tougher time with that. They like playing on the city map, so they're kind of all together. They have this strategic advantage.
Oh, that was very well done by Sunbow to go right through those cracks and hit Tamati. That is quite the shot, I have to say.
All right, well, this is still
if
anyone's game.
if Tang can try to aim in between there too and see if he can hit Tamati, that would be... Yeah, Tang is totally trying to find the perfect angle.
I don't think he'll find it. I mean, he did once, but pretty risky business. Now, don't forget, during all of this, B Gaming is setting up an attack run for the water side, the waterfront. Whereas most of the Super Noobs players are focused towards the south.
Right. So, Neat Mania, the RU-251, he's over on the lighthouse side. And you're right, all the Super Noobs just spread out towards the south. This might give B Gaming a good chance to... I'm not sure where they would want to capture, though. I think the plan is more to pick them off one by one.
Yeah. Well, they could threaten the base capture number 2. And they're heading that direction right now. But the solid defense for Super Noobs is set up to the south. And they have an RU-251 to, basically spot any sort of movement like this, which I think Super Noobs are starting to get the idea, like, yeah, they're really doing this. Tamati is basically just pretending like he's Ironhide and holding down the ground right now.
Wow, look how close Tang and Ricky are getting, but yet they're not able to hit Tamati. He's just positioned in a perfect way behind those rocks.
Yeah. Well, at this moment in time, like, the game isn't going to change anytime soon. The problem for B Gaming is if this push to the west fails, they're at a positional disadvantage with a lot of time off the clock.
Oh, Ironhide. Very nice shot on Tilta Matil, a moving target as well.
All right, here we go. This push is kind of everything right now for B Gaming. They need to get something done with this. A failure here would be a big detriment. They've already spent 3.5 minutes.
They have. Wow, I didn't even realize it's 6 minutes and 25 seconds left on the game clock. And really, there's nothing's really been done. Again, it's a game where Super Noobs are at 100% health.
Yeah, and just looking at the way the Super Noobs are moving, or excuse me, the B Gaming is moving here, I feel like nothing is decisive enough. Now, they are starting to try to take some control off of the mine itself, and maybe they could try to sandwich some of these tanks. It's funny that Hien is still here, totally undetected. He's in that bush, and no one knows he's there. He's getting so much information. All right, 7mm takes another point of damage. Super Noobs are definitely reigning supreme when it comes to how much trading they've done.
Yeah. Also, I like the fact that Super Noobs are playing this very patiently. They know that the clock is on their side. B Gaming just being too hesitant on making a decision on what kind of strategy they want to play out. They're just waiting, and they're okay with that. 5 minutes and 24 seconds remain.
I'm okay with that too. I mean, this is definitely the right way to play this situation. And just taking a look at the choices B Gaming is making, like, look at this. This is so shot in the dark with your autoloader. You're trying to get shots like this.
Yeah. Well,
now Taki is a sitting duck for quite some time, which means that it gives Super Noobs more mobility options.
well, I think that's what Taki was trying to do, was finish it off so that he can start his reload, right? His reload timer. But during this time, yeah.
Well, I mean, he's basically a sitting duck here. He will be reloaded in a moment. Might try to take another few shots, but
Yeah, there's
we're down
no
to
one around
440.
him. 440, and B Gaming, you really need to do something. Taki is back up. He's got his 4 rounds again.
Hien's still getting a lot of information here.
He's
waiting
just
to see if
sitting there
7mm
like,
coming down, or if anyone's going into the base capture, or where Super Hiroshi is going to move. 420. Things are really starting to get a bit dicey here for B Gaming. Thing is, like, some of the members of Super Noobs are also taking shots at them, like they know where they are. Okay, Tamati is going to sit in the capture point.
Yes, I see that. Tamati making his way very sneakily to the base capture. He's going to see if the Super Noobs will react. I think they will. I think Super Noobs already had an idea that Tamati's going to do this because, again, we're under 4 minutes now.
Hien and Sunbo have eyes on him. This is not going to work for very long. Look at that. He's not penetrated here, but they already hit him directly. And look at how the Super Noobs are moving. They're actually going to take control of this zone now, finally. Let's see. Well, they're going to attempt to, that is to say. Taki and Nipa with no support, 2 autoloaders.
Oh, gosh, yeah.
Up the creek with no paddle. Nipa's going to have to slide down.
Nipa does, sneakily, he is able to get some damage onto several members of the Super Noobs before sliding down onto the lower terrain.
Yeah, I mean, I was almost like, just incredible that he didn't even take more fall damage there, but I think it was not a worthy trade.
Yeah,
and
I don't
B
think
Gaming
so
is getting
either.
totally dominated
Sunbo
here.
is here with 2 tanks. But at the same time, oh wow, look at that damage Sunbo was able to do.
This is Neat Mania's RU251, so he's like actually basically tickling Sunbo right now. Hien is actually possibly even going to participate in killing Neat Mania right now because he's the same type of tank. Remember, 2 minutes and 45 seconds left, so B Gaming already behind, but with limited time to turn things around.
Absolutely, and you could tell this is just this is a Hail Mary. This is like, guys, we have 2 minutes and 30 seconds. We need to do something. All right, let's try to kill them. But
it's not working.
As we can see, yeah, it's definitely not working.
Taki's on reload. Tamati is too slow and is too low on health to do any more absorbing of fire. Neat Mania dies off camera. And the last 2 tanks to die will be Tamati. Tamati,
there we go.
7mm.
7,
7 M&Ms. That's how many M&Ms he's got left in his pocket, but he doesn't have anything else he can use.
Nope, Ironhide, it was like...
They're almond M&Ms too. Nobody likes those. Nobody likes those.
I like
How do they still
M&Ms.
sell those?
Almond M&Ms are great.
All right, 7mm finally gonna go down here.
Oh, come on. How is he not dead yet?
There
we go. Thank you, NT Lock. Super Noobs going to take their 3rd win.
1 point away from preventing B Gaming from getting 3 points.
Yep.
So that's important.
You know, I am surprised, or not surprised, but I guess I should have expected B Gaming to really give Super Noobs a run for their money. I had a feeling Super Noobs were going to prevail out of this, and I think they still can. But yeah, very interesting. That was a strange game.
That was wonky. That was weird. Will tanks can often be broken down in our new format, our attack defense format. The old format that we used, thankfully, has been changed because it had some problems. But like, we didn't have attack defense sides. But ever since attack and defense has been added, and we use this map pool, basically from like last season on, in Asia, world tanks are broken down to when you're on the attack. Do you win early with an initial fight, or do you get into a position where you can force a good fight? If you can't do either of those things, the clock runs out, and you go for a Hail Mary, and you lose.
Yeah.
Or if you're like EL, the clock runs out, you go for a Hail Mary,
and you
you're
win.
the best team in the world, like second best team in the world, and you like just basically win anyways. But yeah, that was just, they waited so long, the defense was set up too well, they chipped away too much of the hit points.
It was well done by Super Noobs too. Like I said, played very patiently. They just sat there like, you know what, the time is on our side, and we'll just chip away at you until you go nuts, and then you come screaming at us with a broom in your hand, and we will calmly let you lose.
Like,
you know?
pour water on because you're a witch.
Yeah.
Like, I'm melting. No, but in all seriousness, I feel like the breaking point in that game was when the bat shots were caught. Well, the bat shot and the 50B were caught on the mine with no support. And like you said, like they did a ton of damage, but they couldn't focus fire down a target. So like they kind of hurt a lot of tanks, but then 2 tanks died, and that's never the right kind of trade. If like if those 2 tanks killed a tank, that'd be even better. If they killed 2 tanks and they died, it's like okay, that makes it okay. But if they just die like that and damage a few tanks, nobody cares. It's like, well, now we have a 2 tank advantage over you.
I have a feeling this next one is going to be a much quicker game.
I think so too.
I think Super Noobs, they're just going to take this this chance right now while B Gaming is maybe a little bit mentally drained to just like get in there and attack them in the face.
I think that's going to happen. Now, if B Gaming doesn't go out to meet them, that's another story. But let's see what they've got planned. I think the tank lineups are probably going to be the same. That's what we've been seeing from these teams, especially the Japanese teams, all day or all night rather. Today it's just same lineups, lock them in, go to the next game. So Super Noobs is ready. We see that B Gaming is ready as well. So we're going to jump into this in just a moment here.
Okay, yeah. Are they ready though? Are they ready?
I think they're ready.
I think they're ready too. All right, let's get into the next game. All right, guys, here we are, set number 6. We have made it to set number 6 already. Again, I don't understand this.
Feels like it's time's flying tonight, Susie, but
it is craziness. Super Noobs with 3, B Gaming with 2. Tanks.
Very similar tank lineup. Super Noobs bringing 4 Optic 140s, 2 E5s, a 54 lightweight, and the same exact lineup for B Gaming as they had last game.
Okay, wow, I was wrong. Super Noobs not going towards the mines. They're going to go straight for the lighthouse.
But this is another way of making this a faster game, potentially, depending on how these teams exchange fire over the
lake.
Over like the low tide. That's almost like the best way I'd call that, like the spot in between.
The low tide.
It literally is like a low tide.
Yeah. The lagoon. No, I don't know.
Lagoon's not a bad word for that. I'm like kind of okay with that.
Let's call it the low tide. I like that.
Yeah, we can either call it that or the puddle. I'm like those are those are basically the 2 choices.
The swamp.
Yeah. Well, exchange of fire here between these 2 teams, pretty even in trades.
Yep, I would say so. Sunbow is the only one who's really taken much damage right now on Super Noob's side. But yeah, pretty even.
Yeah, I feel like the position for B Gaming is better overall, but let's see if they can capitalize on that.
Tamati does take a little bit of damage there, even on the 113.
Yeah, tough to crack. 113, basically like the Chinese walnut of this game.
I didn't know they made walnuts in China.
Well, I'm not 100% sure about that, to be honest. I'm just trying to make an analogy, Susie.
Are Chinese walnuts any good?
I'm like, they might be, okay? Because we all know that, like, the Korean nuts are really good.
Dude, Korean chestnuts are delicious. I don't know what you're talking about.
That's what I'm saying. Like, those are really good. So, I mean, I'm guessing Chinese ones are probably pretty good, too.
All right. I'll take your word for it.
Because like, let's be real, the 113 tank is like also quite good. Like,
okay, I'll take your word for it. Anyway, during that little banter, absolutely nothing has happened in the game. There was just a lot of wiggling in place.
Yeah, the most interesting thing that happened was when we talked about the nuts. But at this point, like, we do see somewhat of a rotation for those E5s to the north.
You definitely love talking about nuts.
Yes.
And Sunbow does try to take a shot at Tamati, at our nut there, but misses.
Yeah. Now the E5s are rolling around, but they don't have enough information to know if they can actually charge through here and try to challenge these autoloaders. They could, in similar fashion to what happened last game, but Super Roshi comes in to help out.
I was really wrong. This is definitely not a fast game.
That's
already. Yeah, already down to under 7 minutes and a half.
Well, B Gaming is on the defense this time, so this sort of situation does work in their favor slightly. They're definitely down in hit points, but their position is good too.
Yep. Oh, Hien on the lightweight on that tier 8. He's going to see if he can start that base capture.
He did this just earlier, actually, in the same map, in the same place, with the same tank, pushing in there, versus Karen Tigers, just earlier.
Yes. But, you know, I like this because at least they're doing it at 7 minutes and not 3.
Yeah. So, let's see if this pressure works out. He's trying to show, like he's wiggling, but I think he's also trying to make sure Sixth Sense is triggered.
Yes.
Even like they want him to know, they want the other team to know that he's there, even though he's not in the base capture. Like he's like, yeah, I'm still there. You guys can still hear my engine.
You hear me here, and the last, he's going to come around and join him.
So, still better trades for Super Noobs, but no fatalities
Just yet for either team.
Yeah, like you mentioned, the last is coming around, and this could make things a little bit more of a problem.
I think that's what Hian was trying to do, is to make Tamati think that there's only one tank in there.
And you know what? There's no real good cover for these for this area right now. The only tanks they have is the 140 that's coming across right now, Matil. And he will actually expose himself to come over and deny this. And now it's 2 tanks, like you said.
Yeah.
A 3rd tank very nearby.
And I like that Anti-Lock and Ironhide, again, just keeping eyes out, making sure that they can distract whoever it is that's trying to reset this base capture. And already 25 seconds left.
If Matil tries to approach and increase his accuracy, those tanks, like you said, will shoot him
Oh,
down.
here we go. B Gaming, they do not want this base capture to happen. Tang is going to try his best to stop this attack. And we have Ironhide and Anti-Lock from the other side as well.
Yep. Now this is a problem because as soon as this happens, they're just going to step off the base capture. They know that they've forced B Gaming's hand here, and they're just going to fight this.
And Tang, even though he is... Oh, wow, he didn't die. He took down Taki first, then he dies.
But this is one of those things where, you know, like I said in our downtime before this game started, this is what Super Noobs was able to do that B Gaming was not, is force your opponent's team to make mistakes because you get into a position where you threaten them with a base capture.
Absolutely.
And they're one of the smartest teams. Tamati even went down the slide. That's how desperate they were to fight this. He went down the slide that was off camera, but he slid, and everyone just ignored him.
That was really well done. Again, I like the fact that they had the tanks over on the waterfront side, and then now that they know that they can come over, here's Matil and Sunbow just dueling it out.
Sunbow actually didn't get that. He like avoided that second penetration, so crushes him there, and Super Noobs will now take their 4th win, putting them on match point. Now, B Gaming can no longer take 3 points.
Nope, they cannot.
But if they go to tiebreaker at all, they will still gain a point that Karen Tiger did not.
Yes. Okay, well, the next map now is Ghost Town.
Oh, that's right. Our 2nd time in a row having this was our final map.
Yes.
I think so, yeah? Yeah.
Absolutely.
Sorry, it's been like a bit of a long night for me, so
I'm like, all these maps just like,
there was no Himmelsdorf, so like everything is wrong on my brain. I'm like, wait, there was no Himmelsdorf, so it can't be the last map.
I just get confused with like, it's like today Monday? Is it Thursday? I just don't know where I am. I just like tanks. What?
So much tanks.
Oh gosh. Anyway, so I think it is Ghost Town. It was the 4th map for the last series as well. And yeah, this is going to be the make it or break it. If Super Noobs wins this one on Ghost Town, which they did against Karen Tiger earlier, then that's it. They get the 5 points and another 3 points up on the ranking list.
So it's been a pretty exciting night tonight, Sudi, to be honest.
Yeah.
We've seen both Japanese teams challenge Super Noobs. B Gaming nearly going all the way. We saw Karen Tigers as well, nearly bringing it to that tiebreaker. So we're at this point now where it's a slightly better lead for Super Noobs this time than what happened versus Karen Tiger. Karen Tiger was 0-3, they won 3 games in a row to tie it up.
I know, that was nuts.
So let's see how this one goes on Ghost Town. I wanted to see who's going on the attack first. It's going to be Super Noobs on the defense and B Gaming on the attack for game 1.
Okay.
So anything can happen here. But the thing I'm most curious about is what B Gaming's lineup is going to be, because in both of these series, I feel like overall, Super Noobs has picked the more standard and more safe lineups, and both B Gaming and Karen Tigers have taken some liberties with their lineups. Like, we're going to run more auto loaders, or we're going to run 6 auto loaders.
All right, they're taking Neat Mania out. They put Samo back in.
Okay.
Okay, and I'm trying to see if there's any changes to the Super Noobs lineup. Doesn't seem like there is.
Nope, not at this point in time.
Not at this point right now.
Interesting, we have a new Super Noobs player in the waiting room that we never had before, Baron.
Oh, yeah. Is it Baron or Aaron with a 3? It's like
It could be 3 R on, or it could be Baron. I'm going to go with Baron here.
Baron,
but you could be right.
I don't know. Aaron, but it's definitely a 3. I'm not sure. We'll have to like ask someone.
Because like if it was going to be a B, you could have just used an 8, right?
Yeah, that's true.
So I don't know. He's like messed up his lead speed.
I'm not sure. It's like Aaron. With an E. Okay. Anyway, guys, it looks like the game is ready. We're going to head into set number 7. Set number 7, Super Noobs with 4, B Gaming with 2. This could be match point. Let's see how they do.
All right, let's see these tank lineups. Let's talk about B Gaming first because they're on the attack. AMX50B, E100, 2215Bs, a Batshat, Conqueror, and a T54. So both these Japanese teams are loving at least 2 autoloaders in their lineup. For the Super Noobs, they've only brought 1 E100, 3 215Bs, a Batshat, and 2 Conquerors. That's the same lineup they brought versus Karen Tiger. So they're keeping it the same. They're sticking to the plan.
Well, they won last time with it. Why would, it's if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah. Now, Intilock and Nipa might have a battle here. Uh-oh. They don't see each other.
The Batshat battle? No, they're just going to run away from one another. They're both loaded now. They have their full rounds. Is it going to be a shootout?
In the ghost town. It's an old Western movie.
Do they have cowboy hats inside? Like the drivers pull out their cowboy hats?
I hope so. I hope they actually draw pistols and fire through the tank barrel.
Oh, Captain, where's my hat? Under the spurs.
Well, could put some spurs on those tank treads. How cool would that be?
I'm pretty sure the treads would rip apart if there were spurs on there. But
hey, let's try to think outside the box.
All right, let's think outside the box. Speaking of the box, which is base capture number 2, everyone is outside the box, actually.
Yeah, that's how everyone is thinking outside the box in that regard. But positionally right now, I do want to give the edge to B Gaming because they do have an attack route in here and no one is cutting them off. They also have 2 tanks to the left side which could come in and draw fire later. They've taken damage. That's the one disadvantage they have, but I like their position overall. Super Hiroshi and Samo, the 2 tanks that have taken just 1 shot apiece.
All right, Totil Matil just out on the outskirts. You can see that he's just trying to be eyes for the team. But again, no brawl. Everyone just holding their position and waiting. Super Noobs very good on the defense. If we've learned anything at all today, these guys know how to wait it out and just play in the most defensive manner possible. There's no need for them to go in and shoot at things. Even though I kind of want them to.
Well, everyone always wants to see that sort of action, but with our new format, it sometimes does kind of tick for a little bit longer as these teams figure out what they want to do. Okay, so B Gaming has 2 tanks near the capture point, a 3rd one moving closer, but they're not going to try to test the waters just yet. Ironhide is looking down that path, so he would be able to deny a shot.
Yeah, I mean, this is... B Gaming, again, I mean, they're just... I feel like they keep waiting and waiting, and their hesitation really costs them the game. Like, by now, they should figure out which strategy they want to use and just go for it. Because then, even if they fail, they might have a little bit of time to be able to come up with something new or at least redeem themselves in a way or two. But just waiting for this clock to run all the way down to 5 minutes before actually making a move just doesn't seem to be a smart idea.
Yeah. Tamati, don't break that tank.
Don't break the school.
It's expensive. Don't break the wall to break the tank.
Well,
tea time carefully, Tamati.
Don't fall off.
He's like, oh, I'm gonna practice my tea time. He's like, oh yeah, I did it right that time. Still a little bit of wiggling. But again, I worry for an attacking team that doesn't fully solidify their position. Here they go.
7mm, good job, bro.
Alone though, he's in a good position. And it looks like it's nonsensical for him to have his turret placed that way, but it actually is the best position for him ricochet-wise versus tanks to the west. But he is alone. There are 2 tanks nearby, so if he's ignored for too long, those 2 tanks would come in. Super Noobs are very aware of this, though. They see Tamati and Samo, and so they can actually tell that position is vulnerable for 2 tanks to come in, so they're just going to try to chip away at Tamati.
70 seconds left on the base capture now. And everyone is just chipping, like you said, chipping away. Chip, chip, chip.
Yep. All right, here comes Sumbo and Ricky. 7mm is positioned very well, though. They're not going to be able to deny this. Not alone. They need more support.
Yeah. Oh, here comes support.
Okay, NT-Log needs to make sure he stays at the back. This could actually be... I don't know if Super Noobs should really attack into this like this.
Well, Tang is going to go ahead and reset that base capture. That was interesting. He just kind of walked in there, did it, and now I think it's going to have to be that brawl that we talked about.
This is scary for Super Noobs, though.
It is really scary for Super Noobs.
God, Ricky is, like, playing with fire here. There's no reason for him to be this far forward.
Nope.
Oh, man, he's just going to get blown up. Sumbo's killed here as
Sumbo
well.
already gets blown up, and Ricky is just going to stand there in the middle. Tiltamatil from behind is going to make sure that Ricky dies.
NT-Log wastes a shot on a 44 hit point tank. That's kind of an expensive round there. Now, Tamati will be the next to fall. The Super Noob's position is weak now. Taki's reloading, but so is NT-Log.
Oh,
the Conquerors need to pull their weight.
I can't believe Tamati is still alive right now. There we go. Hien, thank you very much for finishing that off. And right now, it's a 4v4. It's pretty even.
Super Noobs just need to not panic right now.
Yes.
Taki is going to be the biggest concern, though. And look at the Super Roshi blocking them so Taki can catch them and finish them off. The last is going to die instantly here.
The last and Hien are down. And Tiltamatil with 41 HP still alive. And that's going to be helpful for B Gaming. I think B Gaming is going to go ahead and win this.
NT-Log cannot kill these 4 tanks. Not
Nope.
going to happen. Taki nearly killing him with ram damage.
All right.
Tiltamatil the only one to fall.
At
but
least he got Tiltamatil.
that's right. NT-Log is burning down, and down he goes. Super Noobs going to be defeated here, which will put B Gaming on a 3-4 score. 1 win away from going to that tiebreaker.
This is just almost exactly what happened with Karen Tiger.
Yeah.
I can't believe this. These Japanese teams really showing us that they can go head-to-head with the #1 team so far in this league.
Yeah. So we're going into our final map of Ghost Town now.
Yes.
The sides will be swapped. B Gaming will be on the defense this time, and Super Noobs will be on the attack.
Yeah. Again, if Super Noobs wins this, they get the 3 points, and that'll be GG. But if B Gaming tie it up, we go into our tiebreaker, which is actually Steps, not Cliff, which is, yeah, Steps. And if
Yeah,
we
that's right.
saw, if in Steps, kind of like Prokhorovka, and if we saw how Prokhorovka went, oh, that was a 1-1 too, wasn't it?
1-1.
Oh my gosh.
The first
I
game
really
went
can't
to
even...
Super Noobs, but anything could happen, Susie, like you're saying. This is kind of crazy.
It is really crazy. I didn't realize I think these teams really came in prepared very hard for Super Noobs, and it shows. Wow.
So just taking a look at the tank lineup so far, I'm not going to say anything, but everyone is in the game now. Everyone is locked in. Now, this could be the last game of our second series, but we could go to a tiebreaker.
We could.
So everyone hold your horses. It's not decided yet.
Hold your
Horsemen. They're
mices.
playing in the third match versus Super Friends.
And I was like, hold your mice. Don't click on any other websites. You want to stay on this
Put
channel.
your hands, take your hand off that keyboard.
All right. Well,
Guy
it
with
looks
a
like
Control W highlighter right now. I'm like, no,
nope.
don't do it.
All right. I think both teams are ready.
Yeah.
And
They are indeed in the lobby at least.
yes, we just have to get the okay. But it takes a while for us to get the okay.
Okay, we've got the okay.
Is that the okay? I think we got the
We
okay.
got the okay.
All right, guys. Here we go into set number 8 on Ghost Town. We've made it this far. Set number 8, Super Noobs versus B Gaming, the Resilient. And Super Noobs, this could be match point, but let's take a look at the tanks first.
All right, so very similar lineups. The exceptions being 2 E100s for B Gaming versus 2 215Bs apiece, and a Conqueror apiece, or excuse me, a Batshot apiece. Conqueror and a T-54 versus 2 Conquerors. And, oh, there's 3 215Bs for Super Noobs. Okay, that's the tank they're missing, or that I was missing. But yeah,
Okay.
basically the same lineups overall, slight changes.
Okay, well, I'm trying to see if there's what's different about their gameplay right now, and automatically it looks like they are going to go meet by the schoolyard and actually maybe think in the box.
Yeah, let's see. 1215B heading towards that box location.
Oh, Super Hiroshi is going to be the first to take a bit of damage.
Just a little bit.
Yep, the last on the Conqueror, just shooting a little bit.
Now, this map is so different than it was at the beginning of the season. It was like attack was winning every time, and now it's like it's anyone's game. Everyone's so much more careful than they were before. People have really figured out how to counter the rush strategy, so Super Noobs is playing this slow. NTLock is surfing around looking for the other Batchat.
Yeah.
I've noticed that this is something that Super Noobs has been doing in both matches versus these Japanese teams, is they look like on a map like this where usually like the autoloader goes to a specific location, he always tries to 1v1 it. Like NTLock is always like, I can 1v1 him, like I will beat him. But he never ends up finding them in most cases, or he gets close but they don't fight.
Well, I would be scared to 1v1 NTLock on an autoloader for sure. I'm sure the other teams feel the same way. I mean, considering how he's been playing on these Batchats this whole time. All right. Well, so far a quiet game, but only 2 minutes have gone by. All the tanks are very close to one another, though. At any point, a brawl can occur.
Yeah. Well, it's going to take a while, though, before these teams agree to this sort of engagement. Super Noobs, the clock is against them now, but we're still at like 8 minutes, so there's a lot of time. But the position for B Gaming is almost unbreakable. I think Super Noob's best bet might actually be to try to push into the box, but they don't have tanks in position that can get there quickly enough.
I thought you wanted them out of the box, Wolf. Jeez.
Yeah.
Just giving you a hard time, buddy.
I know. I'm just trying to figure out, like, I'm trying to think outside the box, like, how can they get tanks in here that won't be obliterated before they get in?
Right.
They don't know that Super Roshi and Tamati can't hit them yet.
I can't believe how close everyone is. They're, like, literally a neighbor on the other side.
The reason why this map is so different from Himmelsdorf, even though the structure is somewhat different, is that the roads are so much wider.
Yeah.
That you can have multiple tanks looking down a road, whereas in Himmelsdorf, you kind of have to have only one, then you have a bunch of tanks using corners. All right, they're going to group up together, all 6 tanks here, with the exception of NTLock, who's to the southeast. Ooh, Samo taking some serious damage.
Yep. So this is interesting. Yeah, Super Noobs, they're just going to go all together, see what they can find. Maybe they can pick off one of the tanks. One at a time, boys.
I think Ricky's just trying to test the waters. Like, do they have vision of this, or are they looking elsewhere? Because he knows that they know most of the tanks are grouped here, so he might be thinking, oh, there's no way they're looking in the cap. But he's not brave enough to actually commit. But what he does notice is nobody fired on him, because he was revealed for just a moment. But he doesn't get enough information to decide to back around the other side now. All right, 6 tanks here. And NTLock is coming up.
Yep. So
Nipa dodging a shot there.
6 minutes left of the game clock, and it feels like, yes, Super Noobs, they really do need to do something about this. They know that they need this win, though. You don't want to do anything brash.
I think this might be a brash move.
Oh, God.
Oh, Sama takes a lot of damage, but that's just a Conqueror.
He does. Okay, I like how they are taking turns, going back and forth.
This is risky. I don't know if I like this.
Very risky. The last on the Conqueror. He needs to back off quickly.
Oh my God, that was a great shot.
Samo does go down.
That was a great shot by Sumbo. But this game is still very close. Taki takes a huge shot, though, and that's really important. So does Tamati. Things are starting to swing towards the Super Noob's favor. Down goes Ironhide.
Is on the... Both Conquerors for Super Noobs are down now.
Yeah. But, down goes Tang.
Man.
Uh-oh.
Tang is going down, too.
B Gaming's turning this around. Ricky's going to go down. He's isolated and trapped. This was a mistake.
That was definitely a mistake, and Hien, Sunbo, and NTLock are the only ones. NTLock is still reloading. He needs to just drive around just a bit, see if he can join in on this fight. But can he do it before his teammates die?
Looks like Super Noobs is not going home with 3 points from this match. Going to a tiebreaker.
Wow,
NTLock,
on steps, yeah.
NTLock has damage potential here, but not enough, because Hien is going to die way before he can actually be relevant in this game.
Absolutely, until Timoteo with full health, super heroic, 7mm almost full health as well. On an E100, there's not much NTLock can do at all here.
He's just going to suicide, in fact.
Well, yeah, he'll take one down with him, but that's not going to be enough. And
we're going to a tiebreaker. Everybody's favorite.
We're going to go into steps. I'm a little flustered. It's not Cliff.
Yeah, that's a bit strange, but it's because we saw Cliff in the regular
I know,
map.
and we didn't see Himmelsdorf in the regular. Like, what is going on? It's Twilight Zone today.
Yeah, but everybody just got to slow down. No team is going away with 3 points here.
Yeah.
Now, if B Gaming wins, they will significantly solidify their position over Karen Tiger.
What an upset if B Gaming wins.
Yeah, they'll be 3 points ahead of Karen if they win. If Super Noobs wins, they'll be 7 points ahead of EO Gaming. Just to put like, all the pieces together.
Okay, that is really interesting. All right, so we are going to go ahead and introduce Steps to you. This is our tiebreaker map. Steps, it is very much like Prokhorovka, just a big, open, barren wasteland with different terrain on it. It is different in that the train tracks, there's only one set of train tracks here.
Yeah, we don't see this map very often this season. We saw it a lot at the beginning, but we don't see it anymore really. And it's a map that has a lot of different strategies possible. It's usually a very slow map. It used to be a lot faster last season. The EL kind of changed the meta with their T54 lightweights, but now it's a map where we see the defensive team form up on the ridges to the northeast, and we see the attacking team usually kind of slowly push towards the northwest, try to form up. There's like a long-range sniper fest shootout for a while until one team decides to rotate. So Object 140s are the king of this map. We see Batshats join them, as well as sometimes STBs.
Yep, we have seen RU251s on here too because they are faster. They can scout around quite a lot. We've also seen 1390s. But, you know, this is the map that we get to see that weird King of the Hill strategy as well.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see that today.
I sure hope we don't. It just seems very risky to do.
Seems like a very Karen Tigers thing to do.
Well, we don't have Karen Tigers playing in this game. So, hopefully B Gaming doesn't decide to do that.
I'm going to say probably not going to see it.
All right. Well,
I'm going to say like, nah, like probably not.
It looks like Super News want the defense first. So,
okay.
B Gaming are going to attack for this very last game.
Our very last game for real.
I know.
Barring like a reset or like a
This is where like we get
a
game crash and then we'll start again, then there'll be a disconnect. And then we start again, and then maybe Observer picks wrong tanks, or like Observer switches sides, or what other technical difficulties have we had? Maybe we just get them all done in one.
Sometimes like the game starts and like nobody's moving and we're not really sure what's going on, and like we never find out. Like that's like another technical difficulty in itself. We're like, I don't know, guys, but we're gonna go back and do it. It's okay.
I think it'll be all right.
It'll be all right, probably. Almost 100%.
So yeah, oh gosh, that would be a nightmare actually if we had all those technical difficulties all at once.
Well, looks like all that's decided so far was that the Super Noobs will be on the defense. Karen Tiger, B Gaming will be on the attack.
B Gaming, yeah. I know.
And the tanks are not all set actually. They're still being picked currently. And so as soon as we have that set, we can lock those in and say go to find out which one these teams are walking away with 2 points, which one's walking away with 1. Either way, B Gaming has already defeated Karen Tiger points-wise today. They'll actually get 2 points ahead,
that is true.
Even if they lose.
That is very, very true. B Gaming, I'm going to assume STBs actually. Japanese team.
I think
STBs.
At least one. We could see one from both sides as well. And if a team's going to do 2, it's probably going to be B Gaming. And I think we're going to see a Batshot apiece from both teams as well. 215Bs, I don't know if we're going to see them because they're a bit slower, but they are sturdy, and we have seen some teams play them on this map. It feels funny because last map was one of the maps we knew the most because it was played in almost every series.
Yes.
But this season, it's been played so few games that it's like not, to us at least, you know, we're not 100% sure how these teams are liking to play on it.
Right, especially on the tier 10s, right?
Yeah. It shows like a different game every time. Every time we see this map.
And that King of the Hill strategy. Anyway, it looks like our very final game of the second series is locked and loaded, guys. So let's head on to Steps for game number 9. All right, guys, score is tied 4-4. This is the tiebreaker. Everybody, Super Noobs versus B Gaming. Super Noobs did decide to be on the defense, so let's take a look at the tanks.
B Gaming is going to bring 2 STB1s, 2 140s, a Batshot, and an E5. And E5 is going to be on the Super Noob side as well with their 4 Object 140s, 1 STB1 and RU251.
All right, pretty similar overall, except for the STBs, right?
Yeah, just 1 STB traded for another Object 140. And we're going to see a rush to the northwest, as I mentioned before, a common strategy. The way they're moving almost makes me wonder if they're going to do the push on the wrong hill. You know what I'm talking about? The attack push?
Oh, gosh, I hope that's not the case. That's awful.
We've seen that fail once, and that's the only time we've ever seen it. But it looks like they're going that way.
It's funny, like both teams are just hugging the side of the maps, and they're like completely missing one another.
This happens a lot. This doesn't mean that the team that's on the attack just wins or anything like that, because the map is very open, so you can shoot all the way across it. That's why tanks that have good long-range accuracy are quite strong, like the Object 140. They're just kind of trying to sneak about this. Like, they're trying to hide it. They're so far away, they're out of vision.
Are they just going for base capture 1? But, like, they're just so far away that they...
Well, I think that, like, they're moving so far away that Super Noobs isn't quite sure what to make of it
Exactly.
yet.
They haven't shown face anywhere.
I feel like this is going to be a really long one on steps. Like, it's kind of turning out to be that kind of game.
All right, well, they've crossed the railroad tracks. There's no going back.
All right, here come those Super Noobs members that are going to try to lock down this area. That's why rushing into the base capture isn't viable right now.
Yes, you are absolutely correct.
Now, they're firing some basic blind shots to see if they can get some damage done, because they don't know exactly where B Gaming is, but they know they're over there. Now, B Gaming is split into 2 groups, with the Batshot and the 2 STB1s moving to the south. A small force like that, though, I don't think is going to ruffle Super Noobs' feathers.
No, I don't think so either. And now Super Noobs have definitely taken a very standard defensive position, where they're just going to use these small rolling hills to their advantage as they're spread out. They have good vision on base capture 1 and 2. There's the RU251. They're just going to drive by, I have a feeling, through base capture number 1.
It's going to stick around a little bit longer, but the idea he conveys is that pressure. He is bringing it in. And dodges 2 shots. Let's see how Super Noobs panics here.
React to this, yeah. Well, I think Sunbo and Ricky are just going to try to shoot Nipa from afar. Oh, Ricky does take a bit of damage. 7mm hits him from the high ground.
All right, 70 seconds to go. Pretty big edge for B Gaming right now. They're in a solid position. And Nipa somehow has been able to avoid so much fire because his front runners, the STB1s, are keeping the tanks so far back that accuracy is difficult. Oh, it looks like something went down there. He got hit by somebody twice.
He sure did. Okay.
Well, those 2 STB1s are being utilized quite well, using their frontal armor to just zone this area out and keep those tanks so far back they can't get easy shots on Nipa.
I'm just amazed that Nipa is still alive, especially on that RU251. He's like been in that base capture for quite some time. Yes, it's been reset, but it's still impressive.
Samo and Tamati really holding this down. They're the MVPs so far for me in this game. Nipa takes another shot, though, this time. I think it's going to be the last time he stays in there. If he stays in here any longer, I think he's really just a liability rather than pressure.
One more time and he will definitely go down.
All right, well.
Maybe BG just feels that they can afford it. Nope, Nipa does leave that base catcher and wants to go hide for a while.
I think that's smart. I think that's the right choice.
All right, and through all of that, it's only Ricky and Sumbo took any damage on the Super Noob side. And again, clock definitely is on the side of the Super Noobs. 5 minutes and 45 seconds to go.
And, you know, the setup here for the Super Noobs allows them to potentially try to break this formation. But they don't need to rush the issue because they basically killed Nipa. They've eliminated him as a base capture target. And we're nearly at half of the time gone. So I see no reason to really force an engagement with 2 STB1s, locking down that northern position. The RU251 is making sure no one is sneaking back around the other side.
Oh, here we can see it. It looks like Tiltimatil and 7mm might want to come around and engage something from the northern point. But you're right, Super Noobs just don't have to do anything. They could just sit here for 5 more minutes, defend their bases, and they win.
And B Gaming is actually doing something crazy. It looks like they were making a move to engage.
Yeah, I think they're just gonna have to.
I don't think this is necessary, but, you know, they're starting to worry about the time, I guess.
Well, here we go. Here comes that brawl at 4 minutes and 40 seconds.
All right, well, Ricky is going to try to hold down this location. The Object 140s need to swoop in and do damage.
Yes.
They don't want to get too close to those STB ones because they're better at range, and that's exactly what they're showing us here. The Bat-Shat... Oh,
wow. Ugh.
2 tanks going down quickly, but the Bat-Shat taking a lot of damage, as I was saying before. Super Roshi, really important tank. Oh, Sumbo, so good.
He is so good.
He's so accurate.
He's been really amazing this entire series. Super Hiroshi's going to go down. Sunbo does kill him from afar. And now B Gaming, this is the beginning of the end.
Sumbo is like the most accurate tank in the entire league.
I can't believe it, especially on that STB. What is going on?
What in the world?
So good.
So this is the beginning of the end, like you said, for B Gaming. Are starting to be like the medium of the end.
Medium of the end? Well, no, there's only 3 more tanks left for B Gaming.
Middle, I meant, not medium. What in the world am I saying? Like
Medium of the end.
The middle of the end.
All right, Tiltimatil is going to be the next target as he goes down. Nipa on that RU251. Super Noobs in a tiebreaker. They're going to go ahead and win the 9th game, get those 2 points.
Putting them 5 points up today, putting them at a total of 28.7 points ahead of EO Gaming.
But B Gaming, they're still going to come out with 1.
Yeah, and that puts them 2 points ahead of Karen Tigers.
Absolutely.
So things are really close this season. Everyone at the top is pretty close. Like the only teams that are really towards the bottom are PvP Super Friends and Team Efficiency, to be honest. And they have also shown us some really cool games. So
okay, well, we've had 2 amazing series tonight. These Japanese teams are showing us that they are really, really fighting for that top spot. And we're going to have to take a 10-minute break. But when we come back, we will have Horsemen versus PvP Super Friends. So make sure you keep your screen on, and we'll be back in about 10 minutes. Welcome back, guys. It is now actually the next day.
It's Friday!
Well, it is for us anyway. I think it might still be Thursday for some of you viewers out there who are in Asia but a different time zone. It is now Friday here in South Korea, but it is okay. We have one more great series for you. We have Horsemen versus PvP Super Friends, but let's go straight into the Horsemen roster. We're going to go ahead and introduce these fine men to you now.
All right, so Horsemen has really pulled it off this season. They're actually currently in 3rd place in the rankings. They're actually just moved down to 4th after B-Gaming's loss and tiebreaker. They're tied at 15 points. But these guys are solid, playing way better than they did last season. They're big favorites going to this next match. They've got such great players as Faluso, Colin, Gorilla, Nunn, Jess Rex, Spencer Sidonia, Tommy, Dark DH Master, also a new addition who's doing quite well.
Yeah, I was going to say Dark DH Master, a guy who has shown up this season, a new addition, but has really pulled his weight and been doing very, very well. So we're going to have to see how Horsemen will do tonight. I'm sure they're really tired. They've been waiting for the last 2 series to hurry up and play their game. But, you know, once you get into the game, though, you know how that adrenaline flows through you, right?
That's right. Now, this PvP Super Friends are a team that's been one of our weaker teams this season, but they have good players. You know, it's a team that's done historically well in Asia in the past. These players are from all over Asia. They're one of our more fun teams: Lil Mac, Batman, Superman, Imbalance, Robin, Q, Spec Ops. And Batman, very famous in Asia, especially in Korea, for being just a friendly guy who's, you know, just a little bit eccentric at times.
I think everyone really likes Batman as a person. You know, I kind of wanted Super Friends to do well so they can come back to Korea and then we can see them again. But we'll have to see how they do. Now, yeah, these 2 teams are going to face off each other. I believe that if Super Friends can pull this one off, it would be a huge upset. Yeah,
it would be a huge upset, but we've seen upsets already in this tournament, so it's not out of the question. And, you know, both these teams will be tired at this time of night. They've been waiting for a long time. All these teams have to actually be ready and have their rosters submitted and be connected at the first match, which was like 3 hours ago. So they've been kind of waiting here for 3 hours, and you can't do a whole lot during that time because you're not really allowed to like go and play other games. So all you can really do is talk strats for 3 hours, and that does kind of get a bit tiring. But they're fresher than, say, Super Noobs, who just played 2 back-to-back series.
Absolutely. Super Noobs probably really happy that they're just done and they can go to bed. But Super Noobs playing absolutely wonderfully tonight. I am very surprised at how the Japanese teams have played. That was really, really impressive.
Yeah. Well, guys, at this moment in time, we're just getting the observers to say that they are, or excuse me, get the captains to say that they are ready. The observers are in the lobby.
Well, let's go ahead and talk about the maps first that they chose. Yeah. So here are the maps that we're going to play on for this 3rd series. It's going to be Himmelsdorf first and Ghost Town, Mines, Steps, and the tiebreaker map, Cliff. And so
everything's right in the world.
Everything is right in the world. Yeah. Yep, absolutely. We have Himmelsdorf, again, one of those maps that's almost always chosen. Ghost Town, again, we know this one very well. Mines and Steps. These are all actually last season maps.
Yep, that's right. Cliff being the only map that's kind of newer, although it is an old map that's just been recycled into the pool. Yeah, this map pool, like if it was just Himmelsdorf Ghost Town, for example, we'd be like, oh, okay, that's like just the exact same as last time. But now we've got Mines and Steps, so it's like almost like we're watching 2 series because our new format, we only have 2 games on each map.
Yeah.
I like this map pool for this upcoming match. It feels very standard. I feel like the best man wins on these maps like pretty much every time. All
right. Well, it looks like that the Super Friends are going to be on the attack first for this first matchup on Himmelsdorf, and I wonder if they were watching the previous games play because I think there's some good strategies that they can learn from. But let me hold that thought and see how it actually pans out because I think the first game is ready. Let's get into set number 1. Set number 1, Horsemen versus PvP Super Friends. This is the 3rd series of the evening, and like I said, Super Friends will be on the attack first.
3 E100s, 4 Horsemen, a 50B, an IS-7, and E3 Tank Destroyer, and a 1390 versus 2 E100s, a 215B, an IS-7, the E100 Tank Destroyer, and 2 Conquerors. So, a much more normal lineup overall for the Super Friends, but Horsemen kind of have their own way of doing things. They love that 1390 on this map. Spencer always kind of runs up and looks at that little peephole. I'm going to see that in just a second here.
That lovely little peephole, yep. All right, so let's see here. We've got the E100s coming all together. Strangely, though, they are not going up to the middle of the map, but rather to the western side of the map. And it's almost as if Horsemen, it's almost as if Horsemen know that the Super Friends are going to go and try to contest the base capture point at the F2 point.
Now, Horsemen is a team that this season especially is really impressive with how much research they've done on their opponents' teams. I think this is just another one of those situations where they've studied and know very clearly how the Super Friends like to move on this map. Even seeing Colin's position on the IS-7, I'm like, oh, they're really locking this down. The only tank they leave even near the A6 cap is the E3.
Yep.
And that E3 is, you know, one of those tanks that can always come in later and do a lot of damage. He's well protected versus the tanks that are going to be on the castle high ground. And we could see like a pretty aggressive engage here if the Super Friends really do continue to push the issue.
Yeah. Like you said, Colin in that little nook, just looking down that road by the courtyard. But it really does look like Super Friends want to try to contest this base capture. I'm not sure if that's a good idea because almost all of the Horsemen are there already.
Yeah. Well, huh.
Yeah, well, huh, indeed.
At this point, this is the kind of point where, as a Super Friends, you're like, oh, they're all there. It's Himmelsdorf, we're all running heavy tanks. It's hard to rotate, especially with a lineup that's built like this one. Look at how slow the tank destroyer is.
It's quite slow, and I kind of want Little Mac to look out and see kind of what the layout is right now and let his team know, possibly maybe make it a better idea to go over to base capture number 2 instead.
Yeah, you could also maybe take some pot shots at Spencer. Tough to hit him at this point considering his position, but he might move. See, he's thinking about moving. He's not going to move yet, though.
No, not just yet. Yeah, everyone just kind of taking shots. Oh, he should have moved.
See, if you stay there too long, you become predictable. Or not predictable, but become vulnerable.
And predictable. I mean, I think they knew that he was there.
Lil Mac's trying to take out Colin instead. It does finally hit him there. Now, the IS-7 doesn't take damage from much, but a tank destroyer will dent it. Okay, Horsemen moving to solidify this position because they, as far as they can tell, Super Friends are still heavily pushing towards this side. No one's rotating to the A6.
Yep, wow.
Uh-oh, Sidonia Tommy, the sniper, on an E100. Oh, my God.
That was a really good shot. Little Mac needed to have kept moving, even though he is on that reload.
All right, IS-7 wars. No one's ever going to hurt anyone. Especially not Colin. He's not going to get hit at this position. He's so well protected by this rubble.
All right. Again, very slow game. 6 minutes and 25 seconds left. We can see here in the aerial view, everyone is holding their ground. And it looks like Super Friends really need to figure out what they want to do. I'm not sure if I like this idea of these teams just waiting for the clock to run out before actually making a move.
Well, it's certainly less fun.
Ooh, Batman finally does get his hit onto Colin.
Actually, it looks like it might have been Little Mac.
Little Mac tried. He missed that one. Batman took the shot. Oh, Little Mac still missing. He's got one more round left. Misses again.
I don't think it's possible for him to actually, with the angle that Colin is at right now, penetrate. Colin counterfires, also misses because Little Mac has moved. Well, we're going to see if things continue on this way. Horsemen winning by...
Timeout?
Yeah, well, not winning by timeout, but Super Friends have no ground. They have made no moves to actually take any control over this map. And so, as they remain stuck in place... The closer the time gets to finishing, the closer Super Friends gets to panicking and making a mistake.
All right, well, we're almost at the halfway point of this round.
Down goes Spencer. Not sure what happened there. Looks like Spec Ops was able to hit him from far away. Does eliminate one tank off the map.
I mean, I'm like, there's really nothing much to say because nobody's really doing anything at this point.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much for us to break down as nobody's moving. We've already kind of covered the situation here. Emma does take another shot. Colin absorbs another shot from the tank destroyer, it looks like. Another shot fails to hit him. He can't really be penetrated by that tank destroyer. It's just not actually possible. Oh,
Yeah.
Super Friends are finally going to make a big push here.
Okay, here we go. Spec Ops Tenamaru and Imbalance. They think they're going to try to make their way over to the base capture. Imbalance does get shot at, but is able to avoid it. There has been no connect there. Colin, he's the only one stuck underneath this rubble, but it looks like all of these tanks want to eliminate another member of the Horsemen.
With these E100s very close by, and also notice the E3 is rotating down, Horsemen have realized the Super Friends are really trying to force the issue. Like, they're kind of almost literally ramming their heads into a brick wall here. So why not bring the E3 down here to make it an easy fight?
I think that's what they're going to have to do. Colin really under good cover. Great positioning right now. Still able to provide that vision for his team without getting hit. Oh, finally, he does get hit. Takes him down for about 1,000 HP.
Pretty significant chunk of damage there, but time is running out.
Yep, Imbalance takes a bit of damage as well. And we now are down to 3 minutes and a half.
Finally, Colin is destroyed here, but
that took a while, I have to say.
I mean, yeah, the clock is the 8th tank here, and Imbalance takes a huge hit.
Yep.
They can't gain any ground, and 2 of their tanks are on the castle, not supporting.
Yeah, well, if Horsemen can just hold on for 3 more minutes, they win the round.
All right, here comes the opportunity. Batman and Kane could try to sweep around the back. It's going to be a tough engage, but
it is a tough engage.
Horsemen basically cannot. Super Friends will have to win this by base capture. I don't think that Horsemen can be eliminated in this time. Or sorry, I said it backwards. They will have to win by elimination, not by base capture.
Right. I mean, there's only 2 minutes and 45 seconds left.
Time is running out. This is a bit concerning, and they still aren't really moving. Finally, the Conqueror is coming around the north side. It's Q. Okay, he's finally going to threaten this base capture. He will get it if no one denies him. Tank Destroyer might have to turn around. Let's see if Super Friends can make this work. It's a really close game when it comes to hit points. A tank advantage massively for Super Friends, up 2 tanks, but
I mean, in a way, I guess that was, I don't want to say it was smart, but that definitely seems to be their strategy, is try to get everyone over base capture 2, railroad tracks, big fight, and then throw that one Conqueror into the unsuspecting base. 72 seconds left on that, and yeah, Spencer on the 1390, he's already been taken away. He can't just zip out there and deny that base capture.
Yeah, 60 seconds left, and these tanks are basically rotating to such a way where they cannot, like, they won't allow any base capture at this point, but someone has to stop the second base capture, because guess what? There's 2 tanks in there now.
Yeah, I think Super Friends are actually going to take this.
I think so. Feluso needs to get over there.
That was their plan all along, was just to wait it all the way out until it seemed like it was
going to reset this. He needs to. He needs to.
He needs to find the right target to hit. I don't know if he's going to be able to.
Little Mac is the target, and perfect shot.
Oh, wow.
Okay, let's see if they can connect him again.
And Feluso connecting both and is able to take him out.
But that's not enough. They need another one.
They sure do. Tenamaru is dropping on the other side of the map here, and Little Mac shows his face. Feluso is going to go ahead and shoot him. That sets the base capture again. Little Mac is down.
Just one more time. They just need to do this one more time.
Q is the last one, and I mean, if they get him, then this is going to be it. Then Horsemen go ahead and win this game.
Tommy needs to not miss here. It's going to be tough to miss this shot. Okay, that's basically game.
That's game.
Super Friends will take a 10-minute match here. Very patient game by Super Friends.
But Horsemen going to win it out. I mean, that was a pretty interesting strategy. Super Friends trying to sneak in and use that other base capture that no one was protecting. But at the end of the day, even the E100s were able to get there on time with their great accuracy, take out every member of the PvP Super Friends, and then take game number 1.
That win is almost like the trifecta of winning on a defense, where you like win with elimination and by timeout. You're like, oh.
Kind of, yeah.
So they got both win conditions there essentially, but that was a long, drawn-out game, and I feel like some of the weaknesses of the teams we've been seeing today have been not being sure enough, not being aggressive enough. And we see a lot of attacking teams really fail to win just simply because they wait until there's 3 minutes left and then they're like, I guess now we got to make bad choices and we have less time to think about them.
Yes.
Whereas like if you make moves at 6 minutes or if you make moves at 8 minutes, you can get a position where you can force and threaten and poke a little bit and push a little bit. But in this case, it's like, well, we basically just kind of waited.
And now we have to do something.
And now we have to do something, and we're not in a good position. And so everything we do is bad, basically. So they took a risk to try to get those tanks up at the north, which was the smartest choice. They almost got that down, but the response time was quick. They knew two tanks were missing. They sent multiple tanks over to deal with it.
Yeah, and obviously they saw the base capture timer running down, and it was like, well, obviously we're watching base capture number 2. It can't be this one. We have to send tanks over to the other. But yeah, that's what I said earlier too. Like if they just attack a little bit earlier, then at least it gives them some time to be able to make changes in their strategy or at least, you know, fight it out.
Yeah. Well, that was a long drawn out game, a pretty exhausting game for both teams. But now we're going to switch sides.
Yep.
And Super Friends will be on the defense and Horsemen will be on the attack. Now Horsemen, as historically speaking, on the attack, played mostly standard, but every now and then have done some crazy aggressive strategies, usually focusing on the A6 capture point number 2. So I would expect them to kind of send their tanks up slowly to the top, use maybe a tank destroyer or a 50B to poke at the Super Friends from the high ground. And we're going to see another long game here, most likely, as these two teams are very similar in play style on this map.
Yeah, and Horsemen, again, they were traditionally like to group together and work together as a pack, so we'll see if they keep doing that as a strategy or if they'll change it around a little bit. I think they're going to change some tanks right now, and we can get into the game soon. PvP Super Friends actually haven't chosen any of their tanks, it seems.
Yeah. They're probably really like hardcore thinking about this one because they had such problems last game. Like, to be totally honest, like that last game was ended in about, like it went all the 10 minutes, but the game was decided in about 25 seconds or 30 seconds.
I think so too.
And the entire game, they were losing the game. They never had control of the map. They never had control of the capture points. They had 2 tanks on the castle that didn't contribute because they were shooting at Colin, who was totally protected in his little zone there.
He did a really good job of just avoiding everything. I think everyone spent a lot of time trying to get Colin, wanting to get that upper hand, but it never really panned out for them. So, all right, both teams are ready. Again, we just need to get the okay from the observers and everyone, and we will get into the next game. I think we are ready,
I think it's time.
I think it is time. All right, guys. Set number 2 on Himmelsdorf. Let's go. Welcome to set number 2, Horsemen versus PvP Super Friends. Horsemen have taken that first game in a very grueling win, but here we are in set number 2.
Tank lineup time. Horsemen are going to bring that 50B, not the tank destroyer, 3 E100s and IS-7, and E3 instead, actually, so I was wrong, just not going to bring the E100. 1390, and for the Super Friends on the defense, 2 E100s only, their own 50B, 2 15Bs, 2 of them, something the Horsemen did not bring, and an IS-4 instead of the IS-7. Almost certainly going to be sitting on the northern courtyard side.
And
what is None trying to... None, are you...
What are you doing, None?
That's not how you do it, None. You go the other way.
All right, like you said, Horsemen possibly doing a little more standard of a push. Super Friends are going to send Batman over to the railroad tracks, obviously, to keep an eye out for that base capture number 1.
All right, Colin's going to come up here.
Colin really likes these nooks and rubbles, man.
Yeah, Colin's like the cat. Like he's like, I'm gonna hide in the box. You saw he like pounced up on top of this high ground here. He's like he's like the cat tank. Always gonna hide somewhere safe, stick his paw out and shoot somebody when he needs to.
Yeah, basically. So yeah, Horsemen. We can see that they did go up to the castle side. Here's Spencer going up towards the castle side, like I just said, and. Yeah, I wonder how they're going to play this. I don't think they're going to wait as long as Super Friends did to make a move.
I don't think so either. Now, the way they're moving, they look to be kind of spreading out, but notice how every tank for the Horsemen right now is relevant. Like every tank is pressuring an area, moving towards a zone, and is protected, so there's no risk. And so the way they are aggressive here is much better than what the Super Friends did. Not to mention the fact that the Super Friends were also walking into the most heavily defended area and never were able to switch their tactic. Now the AMX 1390, I don't think it's 6 cents went off, but he's actually leaving as well.
He is leaving. I just realized that too. And Faluso here, we can see that he realizes that there's no one around. He's going to see if he can sneak his way up towards the railroad side.
I would love to see Spencer just get into that capture point in a moment here. The 50B is actually going to be the tank that's in the C2 bar.
You know what's interesting is that you had said that you probably think Horseman's going to play standard and go over to the A6 capture point.
Yeah.
And I think that's exactly what Super Friends thought as well.
Yeah, that's definitely what they're thinking based on their movements here. But Horsemen are just changing it up. Thinking outside the box. I know I've said that phrase a lot tonight, but...
There's no box here.
Well, the courtyard's kind of like sort of like
I guess so.
So
it's like an oblong rectangle.
It's like thinking outside the trapezoid, all right, if you will.
Okay.
Now, these tanks are not sure, they're like not 100% sure because there's no vision where the Super Friends are. If they could see like we could what's going on, they'd definitely go in. I think, oh, Little Mac may have picked the worst time to reload here.
Ooh.
He cannot fire now, he cannot deny this.
And Spencer is going to see if he can go and take him out himself, or, no.
Sit in here.
He's going to sit in here. He's going to go right behind the depot.
Oh God, this is so bad for Super Friends because 3 E100s are going to be protecting him now.
Oh, is this going to be another Poly moment where Little Mac shows his face and then we blow him up?
It was almost exactly like this when that happened.
Little Mac is up and loaded now. He's got his full rounds.
He has no real vision.
No, he does not.
Super Friends are starting to react.
And they realize that more tanks over on the railroad track. So as they move out that way, I wouldn't be surprised though if you know, they try to use the same tactic on the Super Friends as they had done in the first game.
Little Mac's going to reload again. They don't know that. So that's one of the reasons why he can do this. But Faluso's in the capture point now.
Ooh,
2 tanks in there.
Yep, and with None.
And Nunn's going to sit in there too. This could actually just be one of our fastest Himmelsdorf games in history with base capture.
Oh my gosh, with base, this is amazing. Yeah,
no one is able to deny. No one is close. Imbalance is the closest, and I think they just. Oh!
That was so close. Imbalance really does get that shot. Faluso takes a bunch of damage. There's still 24 seconds left on this. Spencer is the one. Remember, he's the one who has to sit there. But
All right. Well, still keep in mind, Nunn's timer was not reset.
Yes.
Although it will be very soon.
It will be very soon. Spencer is still in the same position. It is None, and if they could throw another tank in there, that would be amazing. But at this point, I don't think they're going to be able to do. Sidonia, Tommy, keeping an eye out on the side. 15 seconds to go.
All right, 14 seconds to go. Batman goes down. Ted Amaro and Kane are going to come in here on Nunn.
Yeah, they're going to try to come around
They
and
will
kill.
easily deny that.
Yeah.
And Nunn was the one that was the most important to hit because he would not been reset. I think the Horsemen are in some serious trouble here.
I think so,
3
too.
tanks are out of position. It's basically a 6v2 right now.
Spec Ops does go down, for, as does Spencer.
I spoke too soon, I suppose. This is still going to be an advantage after this kill for the Super Friends, but for how long? The tank lineup is better than the Super Friends. They have an extra tank.
But Kane is down very, very low. Little Mac and Imbalance pretty much halfway. Okay, there you go. Kane is down. Imbalance is going to get hit. And
Colin shot him from so far away in an IS-7.
Yep, and the rest of the team is now going to have to come and help them out. Wow, Archon from afar. That was a 3-point shot from like the half courtyard line.
That was like a 3-point shot from the other city over.
Oh my gosh, Little Mac and Stonia Tommy, they're going to go ahead and try to duke this out.
You know, Little Mac actually might kill him here.
Yep.
Not quite.
Ooh. Now he is like, crap, I'm done.
Thing is, actually, he should not do this. He should not do this.
He's like, go ahead, kill me.
I completely disagree with Little Mac's choice there. He could have easily walked away.
And right here, too, Q knows that he's done for. Gorilla is just about reloaded, and he's... Wow, Q. That was sneaky.
Well, Super Friends are on the defense, so if they could maybe survive for 3 more minutes, maybe.
I doubt that.
Not
So
gonna
yeah,
happen.
here we go. Q is going to take that last hit, and it will be Horsemen to take 2 games.
That's right. We're going to Ghost Town.
We
2-0
are.
Horsemen.
2-0 to the Horsemen. I feel like Super Friends did have a chance to be able to turn that around.
Yeah, there was definitely some moments where the Horsemen were out of position. I think they got a bit too greedy with the 3 tanks and the capture point. But some tanks' accuracy and support was like, based on what we had, the angle we had for our observers even, like in the game, like I couldn't even tell. I was like, who, Colin got that shot? I was like, Colin's on the other side of the map. I look and I'm like, well, it was really him, you know?
Wow, yeah.
So I feel like some of the stuff we saw there was really based off of excellent support. And I didn't have as much faith in the Horsemen as I should have in that moment. I was like, oh, these tanks are surrounded. They're going to get destroyed. There's no hope. Their capture strategy failed. It was at 0 seconds, but you know that's how it goes half the time when you get to 0. You still don't win.
Oh gosh, that was so close. That was really, really close.
But yeah, that was really just simply a matter of great support for those tanks. And the Horsemen had an understanding. Their communication on their team was good enough to know we're good, we're solid, we're going to be fine. And I didn't have faith. I thought that we were going to go to a 1-1 and that was going to be the end of it. But really well played there at the end. But we're now going into Ghost Town.
Yes, we are. Do you think the Super Friends got a little bit flustered?
Maybe, yeah.
It kind of felt that way, like they had the control. They're like, oh, we got it. We reset it. Now let's go in and finish it off. And then all of a sudden, it's like they got a little too excited and weren't able to follow through with that. That was my initial feeling on watching that game. But you're right. We're going on to Ghost Town now. Now we can talk about the box.
That's right. It's time to get into the box, potentially for some of these teams. But looking at this situation, like when it comes to momentum, Horsemen have 2 wins under their belt. First one was like, it looks like it was like super hard fought. Like it took them forever to win. But actually, no, they controlled the game the whole time. Like it looks like if you're watching, you're like, well, it must have been a tough game for the Horsemen. But they had control of it like 95% of that game. Getting to the second game, Horsemen had so much control because there was no vision, there was no scouting. They got into that train side capture point instantly. And then the rest of the game kind of just went their way. I almost want to say they should have won by base capture before the rest of that exploding and actual fighting happened. So I feel like I'm on the Horsemen, I'm like, well, we got this. Like that, we had a terrible situation there, but our team felt like came through. They did not fall apart. We had great support fire from Colin on the IS-7. Our team is set. I feel like if I'm Super Friends, I'm like, oh God, I don't know what to do.
Yeah, I mean, going into this, it's a new map, however, so maybe Super Friends have a different set of strategies that they can use on this new map. I believe Horsemen are on the defense first again this time around, so Super Friends are going to have to think of a strategy where they can attack and not wait till minute number 3, with 3 minutes left of the game clock, because I think minus EL Gaming, no other team has really been able to pull that off.
Yeah. Also, like, I feel like so many of the teams we're seeing today are playing so patiently, but it's coming back to bite them. I said this earlier, but I think like the way to do this on the attack is to really be decisive.
Yeah.
Don't be insecure. Don't be nervous. Don't be too careful, because on the attack that really hurts you. On the defense, like there's no penalty for being too careful, being too safe, like covering every angle and making sure you don't overextend. There are strategies in World of Tanks where on the defense you actually are aggressive and win the game, especially on open maps.
Yes.
But on a map like this, it's going to be slower but faster paced than Himmelsdorf. Did you already say, I'm so sorry, who's on the... Okay, Horsemen's on defense
Yeah,
first.
Horsemen are on defense, and we have Super Friends on the attack.
So Super Friends probably want to lock down an advantage early. And that's kind of one thing I want to focus on my commentary today, because consistently today especially, it feels like a lesson that can be learned about teams that are too careful. The difference between what we saw Horsemen do last game and what we saw Super Friends do in the first game is like immense on the attack.
All right, guys, I think Ghost Town is loaded. We're going to head into game number 3. Game number 3 has begun. Horsemen versus PvP Super Friends, and Horsemen are up 2. Super Friends will be on the attack first, and it looks like Dark DH Master has joined the fray.
Oh, he's coming in. Well, let's see. He's on the 215B along with 2 other members, so 3 215Bs, 2 E100s, a Batchat, and the 54 Lightweight, whereas the Super Friends are running 2 T54s, 2 215Bs, 2 E100s, and a 50B. So
50B is the only one without a buddy.
that's right.
But it's okay. All right, guys. Horsemen all traveling as a pack, minus the lightweight, of course. Trying to see which way they are headed. But it almost looked like Super Friends and the Horsemen are just going to face each other right away.
Yeah, this is kind of weird. This is not really like... this is not how this map normally
Yeah, this
works.
is not exactly what we
Batman
expected.
and Kane, I think, are just going to get blind countered here.
Oh,
see you later,
wow,
Batman. Look
Batman.
at his rotator was damaged, so he couldn't even turn around properly. Spencer is waiting for Kane here, too.
Kane, however, is able to escape this. Batman,
now.
ooh.
Spencer's looking at him.
Gorilla is going to go ahead and take that shot onto Kane. And, yeah, that was pretty bad.
Feluso even got a shot off on Little Mac across the map. Huge advantages here for
All right,
Horsemen already.
Spencer does go ahead and kill Kane with his bat shot.
And now he's safe. He can reload without any worries.
Batman's still alive. Just letting you know.
That's true. I keep forgetting that. He's got 52 health left. Imbalance taking damage as well. Super Friends look like they've lost their cool. They like took what I said earlier too much to heart.
They just kind of like ran in there. All right, well, across the little courtyard way here, we can see that there is definitely some fire being traded. Ted Morrow is going to take some damage, as does Antare. And right now, positioning-wise, Horsemen definitely have the upper hand.
Batman is dead now. He lasted a long time. The autoloader's back alive, so
Yep.
Tedamaro gets killed by Spencer. Spencer's also able to hit Q and Antari.
Colin and Nunn going to try to focus fire down on Little Mac. Little Mac is out of rounds, so he's just all he can do right now is run away. But where's he going to run away to?
Well, he doesn't have much room to work with. Nunn and Colin are going to come seal the deal here, it looks like, and finish this game off once and for all.
Nunn and Colin, which way are you turning? Are you just going to finish off Q and Antari? Yes, you are. There we go. Those two are dead. And now we have Imbalance and Little Mac left.
Even Feluso has actually been like quite lucrative when it comes to damage this game. Feluso dies to Little Mac here, but Nunn will finish him off. Thing is, also keep in mind one detail we haven't really talked about in this game is Horsemen's on the defense, so they don't have to force any of these issues.
No, they really don't. You're right. I didn't even realize. They just like walked in and it was like, Merry Christmas, here are tanks for you to kill. And the two T-54s just like
They just
popped
fell
out of
apart.
nowhere. Yeah, Batman just got seriously focus fired down from the get-go. And there goes Imbalance. Horsemen are going to go ahead and take game number 3.
So pretty quick one there, our fastest yet, finishing in just under 3 minutes.
Wow.
The key point, though, like you said, is the Christmas presents, the T-54s. Now, Horsemen has shown us so many times in this tournament, they do their research. They predicted that those T-54s were going to come down there. They punished them hard.
Yes,
the
they
Bat
did.
Shot was even there to punish them. They got just obliterated. One tank got hit so hard it couldn't even rotate its turret immediately. I think that was Batman.
That was
got
Batman.
hit like that.
And then
it's just
Kane just drives by, but there's a bat shot waiting for him over on the corner as well. So, Merry Christmas, Horsemen.
Merry Christmas. Present given a bit too late, but we don't, Horsemen's always find it accept a late Christmas gift.
I think everyone's okay with a late Christmas gift.
Yeah.
Yeah. Gifts are great. no
Gifts
matter
are
what.
great.
Yeah. Maybe it was someone's birthday. We could test to that.
Yeah, maybe
Yeah.
we check the birthdays on
Maybe it
there.
was someone's birthday. Anyway.
Pretty high chance. I mean, 14 players in the game.
All right, so we have then switching sides, Horsemen on the attack this time around. And yeah, like we said, defense, right? So far all night, defense seems to be the upper hand.
Yeah.
Because of these games going so long.
Because of how these teams are playing, especially because some of them are playing too safe. Horsemen, only 2 teams have actually been able to accomplish a score this one-sided today. It was Super Noobs when they went up 3-0 versus Karen Tiger until Karen Tiger won 3 games in a row. And now Horsemen has gone up 3 games in a row here. So most of the matches we've seen today have been much more close. And we've seen a lot of maps go 1-1, 1-1, 1-1, So
for sure.
Let's see if Horsemen can take this momentum, though, and crush the Super Friends, because the Super Friends looked a bit flustered in that last game. Made some panicked choices. We saw them make some panicked choices at the end of the second Himmelsdorf game as well. Like one of their autoloader tanks was out of rounds and just decided to die. I'm like, no, but you could have saved yourself.
Could just
and
run away and
Yeah.
hid and then have the time run out. But
and also there were so many tanks to support him. I'm not sure what happened there.
I don't know either. It looks like Horsemen are all ready. We're just trying to get the confirmation from the Super Friends, and then we can go right into Ghost Town again.
Yep, that's right. Looks like we got that confirmation. So everybody is ready.
Do you think that the Horsemen are actually going to go and be more aggressive, like where you used to see them last season?
Yeah, I think so, especially based on how they moved in that last game. I think they really, like I said before we got into even to Game 3, their confidence has got to be like through the roof right now.
All right, well, let's see how that confidence fares for them here as we go into game number 4. Welcome back, guys. Set number 4, Horsemen versus PvP Super Friends. Horsemen have taken the first 3 games, and now they are on the attack.
Feluso is on the Object 416 Tier 8.
Oh, wow.
That usually lends itself to base capture number 1, the B6 cap, because he can hide in there because of his low hull. He's the pancake tank, as I like to call him. We'll see.
It does look like a pancake.
It's really flat. Like, look at it.
Well, we will soon.
Oh, sorry. I'm like that's not the right side. There's Feluso on the right side. You can see him on it, but
it's pretty hard to see. All right, so here's the team is actually not traveling as a pack, and they're kind of split up. But looks like some of them are going to head over to base capture number 2. They're going to go into the box, or at least surrounding it.
215B is getting close, but with 215Bs, you can't really force the issue. But there's that pancake tank. Look how flat it is. The top of the tank actually literally looks like a pancake, but it's so flat in general. It also has an insanely long turret, so sometimes it can shoot around corners like this, like other tanks cannot.
It's like a...
It's like an anteater tank.
Yeah,
it's like the long tongue.
Or like an upside-down frying pan tank.
Oh, that's good. The skillet tank.
The skillet tank. Okay, we can call it that.
Takes a lot of skill, too. It's very appropriate.
Oh, shoot. I see what you did there. Oh, boy. Here's the first sixth sense going off. They know that there's tanks waiting.
Oh, that was a sick shot.
That was amazing.
This is what I'm talking about. This is how you play attack side. You force the issue. You threaten. You don't run in, brashly, but they saw, they scouted, they poked, and now they're like, okay, we've got a good position here.
They do, and the 215Bs are just going to jump into this base capture, start it out. There's only 20 seconds left. Antare is the closest one to be able to try to stop this, but you guys can see all of Horsemen's turrets are facing that way. They know.
All right.
Oh, there's Antare.
They saw Antare. They saw the IS-4 is out of position, looking the wrong way. They're just going to take this opportunity to fight.
Yes, they're going to surround. We can see that this... Oh, my gosh. Imbalance is going to be the first one to drop.
Colin in a good position as well.
Oh, Antare was, and now it's Imbalance.
This is not looking good for Super Friends, to put it lightly.
All right, Tedamaro is going to be the next focus target here.
Feluso gets low, but he's not the critical tank, and he survives with 5 hit points. Tedamaro does go down. Feluso's like, out of rounds. Batman runs away.
Yep, Q is going to be the next featured target.
Feluso does get finished off by Batman. Actually, looks like by Ram, in fact.
Wow.
Kane is like from behind, but he can't do much. He's an RU-251. Down goes Q, and things are getting from bad to worse here for Super Friends very quickly.
1-by-1, all of these 215Bs and the E100s focus firing you has got to be a scary, scary sight.
Little Mac will be the next to fall.
Absolutely, getting all those critical hits onto him. Little Mac, boom, there he goes.
Batman's next.
Finishes it. Batman, Kane on the 2-1 to the 251.
He's like, I got this. I can deny base capture for 7 minutes. He's like, come at me, Gorilla. I know how low you are.
Oh, dear. Never mind, I didn't mean it. I'm going to run away. But yeah, I mean, theoretically, Kane can go ahead and try to hide.
Yeah, like if we had like a supercomputer program.
But why would they chase after him? The Horsemen can just stick in all 3. Yeah, there we go. Base capture. Put in all the tanks.
Spencer's going to snipe him. He needs 2 shots to do it.
All the tanks. There we go.
All right, now what's going to happen first? Will Spencer kill Kane, or will the base capture happen first? The suspense is real.
That is a good question.
Let's make this more interesting.
Oh, I think Kane's just going to die. Now that I see it, he got caught up by that corner.
Spencer finishes him off.
17 seconds left, though. Horseman could have done that both ways. I'm going to, not the trifecta award, but the double award.
Yeah, pretty much. I would accept the double award.
All right, absolutely.
Horseman is now on match point, which, first of all, I always like to mention this means that PvP Super Friends can no longer get 3 points in this match. It's no longer possible. But the Horsemen are on such high momentum going into Mines. I think they're going to take a 5-0 here.
I have to say this, though. I mean, as the entire night has been progressing, I mean, Karen Tiger did do the whole comeback thing, and then we had all the way to a tiebreaker in Series 2. Like, what if this is Super Friends' time to shine? They, like, decide to come back from it.
Could happen. Because we're going to Mines now, which does have a higher level of variance, I feel like. Sometimes you see teams win on Mines because of... Like, I feel like a defense on this map is so strong right now,
Yeah.
but we see sometimes attacking teams get stuck, and they're kind of, like, the better team, but what can you do? Like, no matter how good you are, no matter how accurate you are, how good your focus fire is, you can't shoot through a rock. So like that
true.
can become sort of a problem. I feel like I want to take a look at who's attacking first.
Super Friends are.
Okay.
Oh, that's going to be tough.
Definitely gonna be tough. They
Yeah.
need to bring a solid lineup, and I think Horsemen in this first game will come to meet them in the mine. So I think an E5 lineup is appropriate, or a 2-1-5B lineup. Both of those lineups I feel are appropriate. It would be really cool to see Horsemen try to emulate the heavy lineup, because I feel like when you see a strategy like Karen Tigers did with where they did the IS tanks, 3 of them, 2 games in a row.
Right.
It's like a lot of people might credit them as like they were the first person to invent that, but most likely it's been a topic and a strategy that's been discussed for a long time, for maybe even a few weeks, and only Karen Tigers knows how to execute it well. I would love to see another team do it, because I think it's really fun and I think it's really smart. But I think Horsemen is going to bring the E5 lineup, and I think that Super Friends would be advised to do the same.
E5s.
Yeah.
All right, we'll see if they take
That's my
your.
take.
We'll see if they take your advice. I don't think they can hear you. They may be able to hear you tomorrow when they watch the VOD, but
Yeah.
this is Wolf's advice, guys.
It's like, oh, we should listen to Wolf. I'm like, sorry, like future Super Friends that you didn't listen to me.
All right. Yeah, Horsemen definitely just picking out their tanks now. And yeah, we are on Mines. Horsemen on the defense. I feel like they're going to have the upper hand. This might be a 5-0 tonight.
Yeah,
They're breaking tradition for the night.
It's sad, but the momentum is real. And how well the Horsemen played that last game, like how decisively they crushed them and moved in perfectly. The first game on Ghost Town was like, oh well, they did their research, they got an early lead, and they just won. That's not like that big of a deal to me, because any team could have done that. But when we go to the second game, that's when Horsemen like played like the best game,
That
like
was
the most
pretty
perfect
good.
game we've seen all night. So
Horsemen definitely on point tonight. And so here we go. We're going to head into the maybe last game on Mines. All right, guys, welcome back to Mines. This is Horsemen versus PvP Super Friends, set number 5. Horsemen have 4 wins, rather. Super Friends with 0. This could be match point. Horsemen can go home with 3 points.
oh my God, Susie,
Oh my gosh.
what is that? That's
They
4
listened to
30s.
you.
3 430s though. What are they gonna do with those? I know I was making a big deal about our pancake/skillet tanks earlier, but those are not the same
No,
430s.
they definitely are not. Okay, well, on the flip side, Horsemen did listen to you. They took some E5s.
Yeah, they were listening to me. They know what's up.
They took a lot of E5s, and they're just going to go ahead and try to finish this off as soon as they can. The brawl has started. They, from afar, knew that the Super Friends were going to go up to the mine side and already chip them away just a little bit.
Now, the 430s are going to use this outcropping of rock, similar to how we see 430s used on Cliff. But the firepower, make no mistake, the firepower for Horsemen is much more powerful with the lineup they've chose.
Yes, absolutely. All right, imbalance using that spot. I mean, we know that this rock is very good to hide behind.
Now, this is somewhat of a stalemate here, but Horsemen is going to have the advantage, of course, on the defense. Also, the tanks are much better spread. It's going to be like this for a little while, guys. Just sit with us.
I know, I'm
take
like,
another handful of popcorn, put it in your mouth. Maybe go refill your soda, but don't be too late.
But only if the soda refrigerator is like 30 seconds
Yeah,
away.
but it's really close. Like if you got to go downstairs, you don't want to wake your mom up. So be like, why are you staying up late watching tanks? It's like a big can of worms. Just stick with us. But a few shots fired here. They're trying to hit these tanks on the high ground, but it's so difficult because they're 430s.
I can't believe they put 430s on this.
Well, the way they're using them makes sense because they're using this area where they can fire over the rocks, but it's hard to hit them. And they rushed to this location and they were able to secure it. But the question is, where do they go from here?
Yeah.
like, what's the next move? It's like, oh, cool, you guys show the power of the 430. What are you going to do with that?
What are you going to do with that? Exactly. How are you going to execute it, and how are you going to follow through? That's the question.
All right, E5's down here just waiting like sharks circling a man stranded on a boat.
All right, well, Spencer, while we've been standing here, Spencer on the RU-251 has actually swept all the way across down by the waterfront. Make sure that there are no Super Friends lurking in the swamp slash, what did we call it?
The puddle.
The puddle.
The lagoon.
Yes, there we go. And there were none, because all the Super Friends are up by the mine.
I'm not sure what happened to Batman, but he took some serious damage
Batman took damage from Spencer, actually, from behind.
Spencer is just on point. I want to shake Spencer's hand. I want to meet him.
Me too.
Oh, sniped! Well, I'm watching like the RU-251 get kills. I mean, yeah, he didn't get the last hit, but I mean, he really contributed there.
He definitely contributed there. Yeah, he helped out a lot.
But one tank down already. Bit of a problem here.
All right, I think Kane is now going to try to see if he can start that base capture. Yep, there he goes. He's going to inch in there, and now they need to check, where is Kane? Where is this tank?
The funny thing is, the strategy for Super Friends is really smart. Like, it doesn't look like they're having much success with it when you look at the hit points and the trades, but it's just because Super Friends, accuracy-wise, doesn't compare to Horsemen. Like, their players are mechanic-wise better overall. When you look at the Super Friends strategy, it's solid, it's sound, it makes sense, it checks out. But the Horsemen will have to send some tanks either around, or they're going to have to brute force this. Oh, Antari is coming down here.
This is hilarious. Like, Kane just going back and forth, you know, showing that he is near that base capture, but not quite being in a position where he can get hit. He does hit Spencer, though.
All right, well, they have the potential to put 2 tanks in there. We are down to 6 minutes now, though, and the health of the tanks of the Super Friends is much worse.
Okay, yeah, all of the E5's going to come in, see if they can focus fire down. Q is the first one here. Oh gosh, Q didn't take any damage there.
I wish we saw what happened like literally 2 seconds before that, because it doesn't make sense for the Super Friends tanks to be down here, but Horsemen are going to capitalize on it.
Yes, they sure are, and yep, as they come into the mine now, one by one, they're going to go ahead and eliminate these tanks. Tedamaro is the next to fall. Boom.
This is 2015 Horsemen. Travel as a pack, trample, oh, what's the word?
Trample?
Stomp, trample, yeah, trample these tanks. Little Mac will be the next target.
Yep, the Gorilla's just gonna ram into him.
He can't even slide now, he's stuck.
Yep, and Antari and Imbalance are the last 2 left.
Make that imbalance. Spencer's like taking names.
Wow.
Spencer's got the death note in his tank.
That is really scary. Imbalance, last one. He knows that this is it for the evening. And wow, taking the slide down. Faluso and Colin want to join the party. And Dark DH Master takes the last shot. Horsemen win 5-0. Very convincingly, too.
Very convincingly. Their toughest games, or their like longest games, were on Himmelsdorf, but they controlled, I would say the first game took them a long time. They controlled most of it. The second game, they controlled almost all of it. But the next 3 games they won, they like dominated. The most one-sided games we've seen in a while. It's tough, you know, you're playing late at night. Horsemen have studied you very, very well.
They really, they came in prepared. That was pretty evident by the way that they were able to counter everything that the Super Friends wanted to do, and just knowing where they are. That was really, really well done. So let's go ahead and wrap up the results for tonight. Match number 1 was Karen Tiger versus Super Noobs in a very, very grueling matchup, but Super Noobs winning that 5-3. Then match 2, Super Noobs, another difficult opponent against B Gaming. That one went all the way tiebreaker, but Super Noobs still won 5-4. And then match number 3, Horsemen taking a very clean sweep 5-0 over the PvP Super Friends.
Now, the reason why Super Noobs, even only taking 5 wins today, is so significantly ahead of EL is partially due to the fact EL has not played in a while. I have this tingly feeling we're going to see EL next week.
I do too.
So that's going to be exciting.
But remember, Super Noobs did get those 3 points from EL. That was, I'm not sure. Like,
EL wants their revenge, and they will play against each other again in this second round robin.
They're going to have to. And
we don't know when that's going to be, but yeah, like EL wants that revenge.
Absolutely. Unless they, don't show up again, that would be really bad.
That'd be sad.
That would be really sad. So let's go ahead and look at the rankings so far. After tonight, Super Noobs still on top, but they have 10 wins, 1 loss, which means they've played more games than EL Gaming. They're at 28 points. EL, 7 wins, 1 loss. That 1 loss just being a disqualification, really. 21 points.
Oh, they're actually 3 games ahead of EL.
Yeah.
I was wrong. I thought there were only 2. So
Okay.
EL has some catching up they can do potentially.
Yes. Horsemen, they've played 10 games now. They are at 3rd place. And yeah, B Gaming, Karen Tiger, PvP Super Friends. PvP Super Friends going ahead and tying up Immortals. Is this, I'm trying to see. Yeah, well, okay, they were similar. Oh yeah, they were the same last week.
Yeah.
So the only real difference that we have here is, actually we don't have
Well,
this.
the point
The point
difference is
differences.
slightly different, right? But ranking-wise, not really much has changed. Really important, the one thing that stands out to me on the scoreboard more than anything else is Karen Tigers is at 5th place, down there at 4-4, and they are at risk of not making playoffs.
Ooh.
So they really need to win their next matches.
Okay, that's the big difference. B Gaming and Horsemen, even though they are 3rd and 4th, the point differential now, it's 3 points. Before it was 1. And B Gaming, they're going to have to do a lot more to try to get to that 3rd place spot.
Yep, absolutely. And the higher you get, the more important, because you skip basically playoff rounds, the higher up you are in the scoreboard. So Super Noobs is just like, assuming the scoreboard was the finals, like Super Noobs would get to skip 2 rounds.
And then between the Super Friends and Immortals, I mean, whoever wins that avoids going down to the Silver Series.
Yeah, that's really scary. Like, Super Friends, Immortals, and Team Efficiency are all like on death row right now.
From Gold Series anyway.
Yeah, and only one of those 3 teams will actually make it out. Just looking at the points right now, it's basically impossible for the Immortals to drop out at this point.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens.
All right, well, let's take a look at what's going on Monday then. So Monday, we're going to have Karen Tiger versus Team Efficiency for the first match. Then B Gaming and EL Gaming. EL finally showing up after a big hiatus, actually. And then we've got the Super Friends versus Immortals. And that's all going to happen January 11th. That's
right.
Monday, 8 o'clock, which is UTC plus 8. And it's 9 o'clock, actually, if you're on Korea time. So that's 9 p.m. KST or 8 o'clock if it's UTC plus 8. So all of that will go down on Monday. Is there any lineup, like matchup here that you're really excited about?
B Gaming versus EL, 100%. That's like by far the most exciting one. B Gaming has really been improving. Their consistency is finally starting to show. And EL, we haven't seen them in a long time. And not only did we not see them for a long time, last time when they had their doubleheader, they missed their first match.
That's true.
So I have like serious EL Gaming withdrawal symptoms right now. I
We
need
will
them.
see them on Monday at least. So that'll be good. Just hold on over the weekend, okay, Wolf? You'll be all
Okay,
right.
I'll be all right. I'll be okay.
Good. So that's going to be it for the evening, guys. Thank you so much for joining us for a pretty long night of tanks, but you know what? It was exciting nonetheless. We will see you on Monday. Have a great weekend.